1. We're going to take a short break right before then just to transition, but everyone wanted to meet a little early today and talk through design guidelines and different thoughts and concerns. So I'm going to pull up the commercial guidelines, and I'm going to pull up the commercial guidelines, and we can just talk in general about those since we didn't get to those last meeting. I did speak with all but I think 2 of you on a one-on-one basis about your thoughts or concerns about the commercial guidelines. I sent that summary to you, as well as it included both some concerns and some edits, just kind of general spelling, grammar, all those good things. Yesterday, you don't need to look at that in depth. It was just to make sure everyone was on the same page and knew what others had said before we kind of jumped into our talk today. So let me see. With that, I think I'm going to turn it over to, let me share my screen, and then I'm going to turn it over to Kim and see where our chair would like to go from here. Kim?
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for meeting early so that we can discuss our guidelines. I would like to kind of do a bit of a round robin. That's okay, to see what your thoughts or your questions might be about the information Christy has presented or emailed us. So why don't we start off that way, okay? I'm going to start with the people in the room first. Or actually, because you guys are eating, why don't I start with the people at home first? Why don't you kick it off for us, please, Chris Barth?
Sorry, Kim, I'm still trying to pull them up. Maybe you could circle
Okay.
back with me.
I'll go down the line. Commissioner Lineberger? Or you know what? Why don't we do this? I don't want to put anyone on the spot. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, wait, well, Damon wants to kick it off, but
Damon wants to kick it off. Okay.
why don't you summarize and then we'll move on to Damon, okay?
Okay, so the general comments, the guidelines are on the screen. The general comments were that it was on the money from a concept and broad brush standpoint. There was some questions about if it felt too prescriptive, and I asked hopefully most everybody that, and the response was just in general, no, it's not too prescriptive because since we're looking at commercial guidelines, which the owner and developer is the driving force rather than usually our residential property owners who need some more hand-holding, to have something that's more clear about our expectations for commercial infill or revitalization of historic commercial buildings, that was a good thing. And that there is room for interpretation and creativity. There was consensus that some of the examples shown in the document should show what not to do. And our feeling is, as staff, is that it should be for desired conditions. And that was echoed by all the commissioners, that we need to show what we want, not what we don't want. The other overarching request was to, both for commercial and multifamily, and even for our existing residential, really clarify any mention of zoning, and that the zoning needs, the fact that zoning impacts historic districts in terms of use, not appearance. HDC governs the appearance, and that we are going to look to incorporate more language about gateways and nodes and anchor points at the edges of the districts as those areas of transition into the district. let's see, I'm going to skip context because I think that's going to be our main discussion today. There was also discussion about materials, and that pretty strongly feeling from the commission that both vinyl and EFS should be prohibited and spelled out as prohibited materials. And that the reasoning for that is that they don't stand up to the other materials, the traditional materials that we allow as far as aging and appearance goes. And the shelf life is not there. And we want to be very conscious of not allowing maybe a developer or someone with a less permanent interest in a building to do something and then pass a cost burden or maintenance burden on to the eventual owners and residents of our districts. The other concern about that was just making those statements up front to make sure that projects aren't valued engineered. And so, projects come to us first before they're engineered or construction drawings are done. And a lot of times, especially now with material costs being as astronomical as they are, people are coming back asking for changes to approved plans and approved materials that are often lesser than what they were originally approved for. The guidelines on murals, the only discussion we really had was that we don't want to limit fun and creativity, and that we want to make sure that there's no conflict with the sign ordinance, and that murals aren't a loophole for adding additional signage that the sign ordinance and our sign guidelines might not allow. The other big thing, which I think was covered very comprehensively, was that the importance maintaining our stance on not painting previously unpainted masonry and seeking alternative methods of applying murals to unpainted brick and how they are maybe applied to another surface and then attached to the building rather than applied directly to the brick surface. The other two things were context, and our consultants are working on rehashing context for us, and we do not have anything to react to yet. They are, I believe we're expecting that in May sometime. But as for now, we looked at that exhibit and that Denver Landmarks used as a context example, and I've shared that with them and asked that they recreate something similar for our guidelines. And then the other discussion that we probably have to have today, specifically in terms of commercial and maybe multifamily, is that there is a difference of context within each district has its own context, and within the districts there are subcontexts. So, West Kingston in Wilmore is very different than West Boulevard in Wilmore, and making sure that that comes through in our discussions and in our guidelines. The other thing that, I'm sorry, I'm going to call you out, Commissioner Murn, and give you kudos for this. He's, considering historic preservation on through an international lens, and looking at places like Barcelona and Paris, and even here in DC, and talking about height and context and how new development is guided in those cities based on the existing historic vocabulary and historic buildings on the ground. The thought was, our TOD sets a height limit. The pedestrian overlay on East Boulevard sets a height limit. And his question was, should we look to do that in historic districts? Because that's where a lot of our conflict comes in, is that these other overlays may allow a different height limit, and it confuses people who are developing this property. They don't know which is which. They think they default to the stated height, and we don't have a stated height because all of ours is context driven. So is there a way that we can look and see what the tallest possible height would be, and say, this is your, probably your max. You are not getting this in every location. This is your max in maybe these locations generally, but more specifically, context is also going to be driven by this, this, and this. So your starting point is not 50, it may be 35, but even though that's your starting point, it's probably lower than that. And I told Chris, I said I'd open it up to the commission and see what y'all's thoughts were. So that's where I think most of the discussion today is going to go, with height and context. And I believe Damon has some thoughts that you'd like to share.
Well, since you brought up the height, at first I thought that was a great idea to say you can't go bigger than this, because we were fighting that all the time. But as soon as you put out a max, then all of a sudden that's where everything goes to. And it just is concerning that we're going to be battling everybody trying to reach the max, knowing that that's where they can start with. And I just think that I don't know if that's going to create more problems or it will create it'll be easier. So just my thoughts on that. And I know contents is really a big issue. We fight with that every time we talk about something that just doesn't quite fit and what we're looking at around it. So I think that I'm looking forward to that discussion. Christy, would you go over the front porch at front? So my feeling is front porches are so important, whether it's a commercial building or a residential building turned commercial, like on East Boulevard, and most of this happens on East Boulevard, I think, or in the residences. So would you kind of go over where we are with the new proposal for the guidelines for front porches on commercial buildings? I know that we've allowed enclosures in some of them. I think the Rogers House, you kind of showed the way they did that. And I think we all should understand what it is we're going to be putting out there before we approve that on front porches, since I think that's such an important piece of what we're looking at.
I'm sorry, this mouse is so sensitive. Porches are on page 5, 4.8 and 4.9. And there are some changes to porches. I'm gonna actually open this up to the commission because this is a question I did ask of various members, and I think there were some maybe different feelings about the commercial areas along East Boulevard and Park Road that used to be residential but are now commercial use. So I don't know, whoever wants to start, Kim, Jessica, Krista, Chris, might be good people.
I don't want to start. Well, no, that's not true. I hear what Damon is saying. However, I think one of the points in the commercial guidelines was to say that, you know, if a business needed more space, that we would do it so that it's reversible. And I think if it's done in a way so that, you know, they can get the use of the space, but it kind of still reads as a porch, like some of them have, a number of them in Dilworth have been done. I don't see the flaw in it. I don't see a problem with it, because I still think that there's a little pedestrian interest if it's done that way, and it is reversible. That's how I feel about the porches being enclosed. I don't feel that way, Damon, on residential, which is, you know.
So the Rogers House, which is, I think that's the lower right picture. Is that right? On East Boulevard, on the page that's up on the. So what they did there was they came inside the columns, and it may, if that isn't, this is what they did, is they put solid sheets of glass inside the columns and pretty much left everything alone. And I think that's a great way to do it, because it still leaves the visual statement of a porch, and it still puts people's eyes on the street and an interaction, but it allows them to have a heated space. And they could probably put curtains there if they wanted to. I mean, we can't rule on that. But when it starts being a structure that actually changes the visual interchange between the semi-private part of the house and the private part of the house, then I would be against that. I think that that's an important piece. So I wasn't, so when I looked at it, I saw several that were very open. But I just wanted to make sure that that's what, I wasn't really clear as to what we were saying is okay and what wasn't. And I just wanted to have that discussion. I'm not opposed to it. I just think it's how it's done.
I think we should specify that it's done in that way then, you know? So, yeah. Commissioners, any other thoughts? I'm sure you have them, so who wants to chime in? Cindy's going for the card. Jessica Heinman.
Hey, this was a conversation that I had with, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, all right. This is a conversation that Christy and I had, and I do tend to feel differently about this than I do about residential. I think that, you know, along East Boulevard and along Park Road, which are really close to my home, there's examples of this done really, really, really well. And there's examples of things that people have done in order to claim commercial space that are terrible. I mean, there's one near Dilworth Road East on East Boulevard where it's an old craftsman house that has a giant box built on the front of it that's solid and doesn't have much glazing. So I tend to feel like the commercial properties along East Boulevard, that this has been done really well. And I do really love this picture of 300 East where they've built the knee wall inside of the porch rail and the glass has no divided lights. I mean, I think it really, really, really does read as a porch, and there's so much life and activity on East Boulevard because the space is used so well. There's a couple of like attorneys' offices where they've turned them into conference rooms, and there's just a lot of life on the street. And I tend to think this is, for me, this is a stronger reading of the character of the district for commercial spaces as they grow than, you know, alternate means of growing a commercial space. And the stretch of commercial on Park Road really, really worries me. I worry that if we don't come up with a solution for those spaces to adapt to the commercial needs, that those will very quickly, we'll get demo requests on those because the location is becoming so hot right there. So that's just my piece. I think when they're done well and they're done in this way that's reversible and the only reading of it is the porch, I think it's a really nice interpretation for commercial properties.
Thanks, Jessica. Krista Lineberger.
Hi, everyone. I don't know that I can add much because I was to what Jessica just said because she outlined that so well. I agree totally that I think that it's a different interpretation between commercial and residential. And I really like the 300 East. I think that is a perfect example of how to enclose a porch. And in the other photo above, I look at that and I can't see the glass at all. So to me, when I first saw that, I was like, wait a minute, is that even enclosed? So I think that's an excellent example of how it's been enclosed and it just disappears. And you still see the integrity of the porch, you see the structure, and that's what reads. So I think it's good.
Thanks, Krista. Okay, any other comments about the porch? Are you saying yes, PJ, or are you just being friendly?
I'm being friendly, but I mean, my comment is the porch, if allowed to be covered in, shouldn't look like a covered porch. So using elements like all glass, setting things back, like Damon had mentioned, really just when you're driving down, you still want to see like that's the original house, there's the original porch, and then bam, there's a glass wall that is essentially encloses it. I mean, glass wall is too prescriptive, but I guess I'm saying is having multiple lights to create it like a sunroom wouldn't be the direction I would be in favor of going, because then that detracts from the overall house. You want to see the house, what it was originally, using some mechanism to enclose it that's transparent.
Perfect. Thank you, PJ. Jim?
It seems to me, the word was mentioned earlier, maybe by Damon, but the notion of reversibility, and it seems like that needs to be part of the construction language as well, that clearly reversibility has to be something that is included in the solution. And all this whole notion of doing it as, with the glass so that it really kind of just disappears, that's all wonderful, but we also need to make sure they don't do something to the ceiling or something somewhere else that just totally destroys what was there to accommodate a probably transient use.
Thanks, Jim. Chris Barth.
So it seems that we're talking about these front porches a lot in a rehabilitation or change of use to include these historic porches, or enclose these historic porches rather. I mean, I think there may need to be some sort of guideline or suggestion that new construction, if the overall streetscape includes these front porches, and that's very much a part of that environment, that new construction should at least attempt to follow that language as well. I mean, does anybody else sort of feel the same way?
Yes.
And I agree, Damon.
Thanks, Chris Barth. We talked at length, I think, about the porches. I want to jump back to the setting height restriction in our historic districts. I completely agree with Damon that once you put out a number, everything after that, I think people will not hear. I think that the height restrictions come when we talk about the context of the actual building, not just the district that it's in, but the streetscape that it's on. We've had multiple conversations, and I'm thinking of one right now where is, I always forget the street. Wilmore, can you help me? The one by Quick Trip? Worthington? Kingston, where, potential developers wanted to use the development that was happening, or we passed on West Boulevard to justify what they built there. And repeatedly, we said, you can't do that because it's a different vibe on West Boulevard versus Kingston, West Kingston. So I think that, just going through the guidelines, it was something that just a bit of a red flag that just kept coming up, because I think that it's confusing to say, oh, well, the context would be our historic neighborhoods, particularly the historic neighborhood where the structure is being built. But it's not. It is the streetscape and whatever's in close proximity to that. So I really want to talk about that a little. Chris Murin.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I definitely understand where you and Damon are coming from. I was looking at this being something that is kind of like a not to exceed. So, it's not its own line item. It's something that's, comma, not to exceed, let's say 45 feet or 3/1, after the 10% additional height allowances has been stated. So it's just kind of an overall cap on it. So it's not, well, I'm developing this property and I'm looking next door and I'm asking for 10% over that. Well, then when I build my project, my neighbor comes and they're going to ask 10% over mine. And not saying we're going to say yes the whole time, but 10% of 10% of 10% eventually doesn't have a limit. And so looking at some of these more historical places, trying to find a vehicle or something that we can put a cap on these. So as we see the pressures of South End, we see the pressures of, Fourth Ward and what TOD is going to come with, hopefully the Silver Line, that there is a mechanism already in here that kind of puts an overall limit on, or not to exceed on, what our properties are. So I think it is very tricky in trying to get the wording right and trying to put it in there. So it's not something that everybody's going to go to and say, oh, I just bought this house that's 1 story and I want to make it, 45 feet tall or whatever. It's more focused on just kind of a not to exceed so that we can kind of, let the city grow around our historic districts, but still try to keep this in the historic district to a height and not see the pressures, hopefully in the future.
Sure. So, and I know Damien wants to say something. I would just say that I don't think it can continue growing 10%, 10%, 10%, because we're not judging it off of new construction. We're judging it off of historic buildings, and that won't change. But Damien. Okay. Krista?
I'm sorry, I had just forgotten to lower my hand earlier.
Okay. Chris Barth.
Speaking to the height limit thing, I mean, I would tend to agree with Damon. I mean, we find applicants all the time, just finding those precise guidelines and directly applying them to their project without consideration or without thinking about the context. I mean, we and going to what Chris Mirren was saying about the 10% thing, we have to be careful with that too. We've seen the same thing with setbacks and everything too. Everybody, tries to apply that, not necessarily to the historic examples. So I think the more prescriptive we make it, the more people would tend to abuse subconsciously, the guidelines and try to adapt them to fit their needs. So I think the more we leave it up to, reference the historic text and that sort of thing would be more beneficial. While this image is up here, I don't know that I necessarily like the bottom left image with the signs on the buildings. I don't think that that's something we want to promote. And speaking to some of the comments about showing only things that we deem good examples is something that we want to do. So
Chris,
hey,
this is Christy. I think that's one of the pictures that the consultants grabbed from Google Maps.
Okay.
And we're gonna come take pictures, and I don't think those signs are there anymore. I'll make a note to have them take a new picture of this without the signs.
Okay.
If you see anything else like that, let me know so I can pass that on to them.
I would,
That's-
and I haven't combed through this revised set in excruciating detail, but I think it might be good to have a little more on signage and what's deemed appropriate, so that stuff like this, for example, doesn't happen.
Okay. Thanks, Chris Barth. Damon?
It's interesting you should bring up signage. And this is just an example. So Pinky's, which is a restaurant that has a Volkswagen on the top of it. The city, I think there was a struggle about that being appropriate. At one time, that was a garage, and the Volkswagen was up there to kind of display and advertise the fact that it was a garage. When they turned it into a restaurant, they left the Volkswagen up there, and there was at one point, I think the city was going to have them take it down because it was bad. It didn't meet the signage ordinance. And I just want to say that as I think we do need to be pretty specific about what size signs need to be, but I don't know where something like that would come in. And I think this is kind of like murals also, is we want to be able to let there be an expression of creativity without encouraging people going wild. So I don't know how to do that, but I thought when you brought up the signage thing, I just thought of the Volkswagen on top of the building.
And that was pretty cool because it was a nod. It was paying homage to what historically it was, it was before it was a wonderful restaurant. Any other comments about context or murals or anything that popped up in the guidelines? Zoning was a big deal for me because when people come before us, they talk about zoning, and the context in which they mention zoning isn't just about the function of, it's more about the appearance. and, you know, what they can build and all of that. And so that was one of the things that I thought needed clarifying, because as a commissioner, it confused me. I know that we supersede any thing that, let's say, Todd would offer when it comes to the design, but that repeatedly comes up when people are talking about what they want to do with the building. So I'm happy to see that we'll clarify that a little more. Chris Barth.
How does everybody feel about the massing and complexity of form guidelines? When folks and developers start to combine these residential lots and creating these Texas donuts or multifamily structures, I mean, is there a more, or is there a way to sort of give applicants some guidance on how that can be done effectively, or breaking up massing in such a way, or do we feel like what's provided here accurately does that?
Anyone have thoughts on that? Damon?
We talked about some of the example. That is such a creative process to figure out how to make the facade read to the street within the context of what's surrounding it. It's hard. I mean, even though we do give guidelines on what the best addition is, which would be in the back or not to go high and all that, if we start designing, and I mean, it would be much easier to say it matches this picture that we have or it doesn't, but I just think that, should be open. But I understand, I mean, putting houses behind houses and creating and doubling up on lots like that and filling up them, maybe the issue is how much you can fill up a lot. And if it's two different lots, maybe it should acknowledge or nod to the fact that it was two lots and not now one lot, because that controls what the building should be. So I mean, I agree I think that that's a really difficult thing to kind of prescribe, because there's so many different options as to what might happen. And I mean, even like the thing around the Van Landingham estate, where I didn't feel we could refuse them for doing, you know, 2.5, 3-story buildings there. Like Krista said, you know, she was so adamant about it, and I agreed with her that if we could not allow it, and if our guidelines could give us the reason not to allow that, that'd be great. I just, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm afraid to put something that describes it more. I think the looser it is, and maybe the guidelines is keeping it the scale of a single lot instead of a double lot, might be a way to go with that. What do you think?
Chris Barth?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like the slide that we have up on the page now, like, I mean, I look at that and, you know, that makes sense in, like, you know, certain parts of Fourth Ward or maybe even on the fringes of Wilmore, something like that. But, you know, put this in the heart of Dilworth, and you know, an example such as this, not to say that, you know, we're telling people that this is acceptable everywhere, and, you know, it's certainly up to the commission's ruling, but you know, to me, a way to prevent just massive blocks of this, I mean, and I think, you know, maybe we do have some guidelines that help this, but prevent massive blocks of historic properties being consumed by a massive project, which we have seen, like in Wilmore and in certain areas, I think would be, you know, a good thing to try and I don't want to say regulate, it's a bad word, but you know, to steer people away from, you know, whether that's outlined in the rhythm and complexity and massing. You know, I'd like to see a little bit more to that. But I mean, to Damon's point, you don't want to heavily prescribe everything, and then, you know, you know, sort of back people into a corner and limit their design creativity.
Sure.
You know, as I was thinking of that, part of the historic pieces of this neighborhood are the size of the lots that are there. So in fact, if someone buys 2 lots and combines them into 1 lot, that is going against the historic fabric of the neighborhood. And maybe we can't say you can't build across the lot, but maybe something saying that you've got to respect the historic lot lines that existed would help prevent something that was like what we were just looking at, which would be a continuous building without any breaks or relief between it. So some way to acknowledge the size of the original lots, which in fact is a rhythm and a historic piece of the fabric.
Thanks, Damon. Any other thoughts on the point Chris Barth brought up? All right. Any other thoughts on any of the information? Oh, wait, someone wants to say something. Jessica?
Damon, I think you just made a really interesting point about respecting historic lot lines, because I think we've run into this situation, and I do not practice commercial architecture. Somebody that does is going to have to weigh in on this with a little more expertise. But there's those percent glass limitations and proximity to guideline rules that have to do with fire safety that really start to create a built form and a fabric that is a lot different than what we're trying to preserve. So in some ways, we could, someone buying up multiple lots and honoring the historic lot lines is a better opportunity to comply with the guidelines than it's just as much of an opportunity as it is a threat, maybe, is what I'm trying to say. Because once you combine lots, you actually have the opportunity to meet our fenestration guideline, much more in good faith than this. I don't know what part of the building code it is that provides that limitation, but it's a major barrier to meeting our fenestration guidelines.
Thanks, Jessica. PJ.
Just a counterpoint to that, Jessica, and this is actually a great slide that illustrates it. On the diagram on the upper right, it shows historically with commercial buildings, you just started building, I'm just going to build I'll break up the windows, I'm going to build another building the same height, maybe taller, maybe shorter than the building beside it. I'm going to build another building right on top of that one. So if you look at that picture, the concept of lot lines and combining lots is effectively erased because your commercial structures are all, connected or really daggone close to each other, right? So I don't know if you think about how commercial structures were built and oriented with setback as well as side by side here, adjacent structures, I don't know, combining lot lines may be a non-issue. Just a comment. And actually to tag on to that, in the section for additions, but before we jump to additions, any other, I don't want to get ahead of myself if there's other comments on lot lines or.
Any comments
Any comments on?
about combining lots?
So I think this is really going to come into play less in areas that are traditionally commercial, like the ones we see in Wilmore on South Mint, and more in areas like East Boulevard and Park Road that have been traditionally residential and are being combined for either multifamily or commercial. Anyway, I think that's where the issue is going to be. At least that's what we've seen. We had that pre-workshop for the building on East Boulevard. It's on our pending list. They have submitted an application, but so we can't talk about it specifically, but the thought is combining lots there, combining lots. The Kingston project is probably the best example, 224, where they have 4 separate little historic buildings they want to combine. So I really think it's a great point that Damon made about lot lines.
Chris Barth.
I get what PJ and Jessica are saying, and I don't have a good answer on how to solve this, but I think that, the top 2 images and the bottom 2 images I think those type of districts need to be established, and like the conversion of commercial development along East Boulevard is a prime example of how we need to handle the residential part of these neighborhoods and the linear progression down the street and how that rhythm is developed. And I think that needs to be maintained, whereas like in a commercial district where you have a lot of commercial buildings and continuous blocks being developed, that needs to be maintained as well. And the issue becomes where these areas start to blend, or where you have a residential block that somebody wants to convert to a multifamily, where you're taking that context of the commercial building where it's more of a continuous progression versus a broken progression that can become dangerous, like we've seen some of these large apartment blocks in some of our residential communities. And I think that's a valuable thing to maintain. So
Thanks, Chris Barth. PJ, do you want to go to your next point now?
Yeah, sure. If we can go to the addition section, I don't know if it's the next page or it's close. It's page 23. Yeah, this one. So looking at the picture on the lower right, this is the same approach that we use when building an addition for a residential house, right? We want to show the differentiation, between the original structure and the new addition. Again, if I'm thinking, how were additions to commercial buildings done historically, they didn't take that approach. I don't want to go as far to say it was a hot mess, but it was, let's just continually build onto it, right? With coplanar walls at the same height or higher or lower, whatever we needed, because we needed the space. So I guess my comment here with additions are we looking to mimic that same approach that was taking 80 to 100 years, or do something that provides a further differentiation between old and new? But just a comment.
What are the thoughts on PJ's? It's a great conversation starter. Anyone want to jump in there? Damon?
Just a reaction to this is, I don't think the blocks on the back I think the purpose of the blocks on the back of the building are just to say this is where they should be added. I think any one of those solutions or additions to the back of those commercial buildings could be successful or not, depending on how they're executed. So, I mean, we're not getting enough detail to show that there's a differentiation between old and new on the far right one. But if there is, then that may work fine. But I mean, it's a consideration, and this is really conceptual. So as long as it's understood that this is conceptual, that how it's executed is really dependent. This really kind of gives you a feel for the size and location of what additions are acceptable, not necessarily how it's executed. Is that?
That's fair.
Any other thoughts or comments or questions or points that you want to make about our guidelines or updates? Christy?
Question for PJ. PJ, were you indicating that, historically people would go up with their additions on commercial? Is that what you're? So an example would be, we had that 1515 South Mid Street. They did the little clear story addition back here. Is that kind of what you were talking about? I'm just trying to make sure I
No,
understand.
sure. Thinking about it, look at Atherton Mill as an example, right? Very, very complex. There's a lot of very interesting, you can tell over the years and over the decades where things have been added on, right? And there is one area in the main section where it looks like there is an addition that, was not part of the original complex, but was added on. It was significantly taller. So I can go and look and see if I have other examples, and maybe we just see where that takes us.
Thank you.
Chris Barth?
sorry to keep putting in here. That's only just came to mind speaking to additions, and sort of piggybacking off of what Chris Mirren said about looking at this internationally. I mean, you see dozens and hundreds of examples of where an existing facade is kept, and there's a certain setback for popping the top on some of these commercial buildings. And, I think sometimes a streetscape might warrant itself to do something like that. Um, especially for these commercial buildings, where you know you're trying to make progress and develop an area. So I don't know, Christy, if there's any place in uh, the Department of Interior standards or something that would speak to commercial buildings and how you might be able to add height to it, but while preserving the main storefront and the historic part of the building.
Well, I know, so I have two thoughts. First is that the Department of the Interior really frowns upon facadism, which is where it's just keeping, the front facade and building something behind it. That's kind of a last resort. I think what their guidelines more speak to are linkages and infill next to existing commercial or behind existing commercial, like where you're using the main part of the building and then building up with a lot of glass. I'm gonna they have preservation briefs on this, on both, and I will find those and send those to you. I think you'll find them pretty helpful as far as what they look for, especially for tax credit projects.
Damon?
As you were talking, I don't think we should put second story pieces or skylights or stuff in our guidelines, but I think we should consider that if someone wanted to do a clear story that looked very industrial, that it might fit really nicely and it may even make it look more historic than it was. So, I mean, I don't think we should disregard the fact that there might be a solution with a story and a half or 2-story, but I don't think we should suggest that that's a possibility.
Thanks, Damon. Any other comments, questions? Anything? Right now, we're looking at 12:26, so we still have half an hour. We can have a few minutes for a break in between, but this is great conversation to have. Anything? Anyone? Okay, Christy, you want to take a recess for half an hour?
We can do
Let's
that.
be back by 1.
Do you want to?
Why don't we get back by 12:50 at the latest, okay?
That's good.
All right?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are live on YouTube, and I'm going to toss it to our chair, Kim Parati, to do the introduction and swearing people in.
Hello, hello. We are reconvening our meeting of the Charlotte Historic District Commission, and we welcome you to the April 29th, 2021 meeting. I am Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:06 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden, PJ Henningsen, Damon Ramsch, and Jill Walker, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Michelle Bonaparte, Jessica Heineman, Chris Murin, Krista Lineberger, and Chris Barth. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanek, Candice Leidy, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keach, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be followed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay, we are starting with application number 14224 Grandin Road. I just want to make sure that our applicants are with us. Jim and Jeffrey, are you there?
We're here. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. And you all were just sworn in, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, great. The project is for an addition and for a new accessory building at 224 Grandin Road. All of the details are outlined in the memo, and I'm going to just turn it straight over to the applicants to describe the project in detail to the commission. Applicants, if you would state your names and your addresses, and then you may get started.
Hi, I'm Jim Smith, and we're at 224 Grandin Road, Charlotte, North Carolina today.
I'm Joyce Smith, and same address, 224 Grandin Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And
I'm Jeff Haskell, 2341 Laburnum Avenue, Charlotte.
Okay. The presentation is on the screen.
And we have, all right, here is our application, cute little bungalow in bustling Wesley Heights. If we go to the next page. Here are the streetscapes. We're a street of 1-story, 1.5, and 2-story houses. And new house, 208, Grandin joined us in 18. Otherwise, all of us here since the 1930s. Next slide, please. This shows our house is on the far left, and we're at the corner of Grandin Road and 4th Street Extension. The lot slopes down, so this view kind of gives us a view that, to the right of our lot, we're at level grade, and then it drops down quite a bit, so that on the left side, the left elevation, there's a drop which we'll take a look at throughout the presentation. This is at the left corner, the corner of Grandin and 4th Street Extension. The picture in the upper right kind of shows us that hill that the house is up about 4.5 feet from grade. And the side view of the house gives us a view of as it currently stands. And the survey map was there. So we're not new to the HDC. In 2013, after we got the house, we put an application in, attended many meetings, tried to understand the process, and we came forward. Architect number one helped us put this plan together to go up. We wanted more space, and we thought going up was the way to do it. If this looks familiar, we drove around the neighborhood, and 521 Grandin looks almost exactly like this, and that was our inspiration. There was some pushback. We weren't, turned away, but there was a lot of concerns and angst, and we didn't pursue any further for a while. So next chart. We refocused on a couple of years back on the addition. Said, all right, we didn't get it right before. Let's do it again. Architect number two. We thought that we recollected what was asked of us and what we had done wrong. And here is another let's go up attempt. And, the pre-submittal meeting, very useful, very functional. And fundamentally, a lot of pushback about going up. Going up isn't particularly a good idea. And raising the roof line is going to be desperate and hard. So next chart. In fact, staff kind of said, Jim and Joyce, have you read the guidelines? We did a lot of work on them recently, so your recollection from 2013 probably needs some updating. And we did. We sat down and went through the guidelines, and significantly better. It really helped a lot. I know there's work in process for more updates, which is great. It's a living document, but the 2017 update really was significant. So we formulated some guidelines. We got architect number 3. When we said, number 1, no updates to the front elevation, the 2 roof peaks are what's specifically called out as a contributing structure in some of the filings in the state registries. So when we said, all right, we can't go up, we walked through the neighborhood and said, who's going back and who's good at that? And we found Mr. Jeff Haskell, who has partnered with us. And that collaboration, I think, as we'll see, is working out very well and helped us put this new effort together. On the back of this property, we saw it briefly earlier in the deck. There was a addition that was a back porch, and that was kind of made 2 additional rooms, and we think that's very poorly executed, and we think that needs to come off, and then we're going to rebuild. So we'll see that as we look at the plans. And based on where the HTC is going with the guidelines, with other applications, increasing the roof height, we thought as a guideline just isn't going to fly. So we're going to leave it. Anything will be at or below existing elevations. And then the existing half second floor, it was a couple bedrooms in the history of this house. God bless those people who bent over and inhabited those spaces. But we wanted to do gables and dormers, over the various iterations. But currently, let's just leave it alone. It's part of what the house was, and we'll find some kind of use for it. There is now the road renovation recently done, 4th Street Extension, a year and a half ago, completed. And that's given us a sidewalk. We were one of the few blocks that didn't have a sidewalk on the side of the house. So that's done. We think that a retaining wall makes great sense. So you'll see that as part of the planning. And then we're a corner lot. So, there is more emphasis on what's visible. And usually that's what's in front, and you can get away is probably not the right term, but more liberties for what's not in view. Well, we know that 4th Street Extension is like another front elevation. So our plans had to incorporate that consideration. And then we want a garage. There's now other garages on the block. 208 just added a garage. And we think it's a great idea, but let's make sure that we take into account the extent from 4th Street Extension. So we'll call out what we've done to try and, configure that structure to be cognizant of the view from that side as well. Next slide, please. So here's a summation of why we think this addition has to go. It's a concrete slab. It's not square. It's, a little over 11 feet on one side, 10 on the other. And, the wiring is old, and there may or may not be a foundation under the slab, but it certainly isn't built to current standards. We propose knocking this off and essentially replacing it with new build consistent with the rest of the house. We're going to hyphenate rate where that is so that the original structure will be present. But we think that there's nothing original about this back part of the house, and you'll see that it goes and comes back. So we'll probably talk a little bit about that in discussion. Next slide. So here's the site plan, current and new. It's a little busy. Up above, we see the house on the big lot. In the back of the lot, the far left side, there's a concrete pad from what used to be a garage, and we're told from the neighbors that there used to be car repair that happened there. But we can't find any pictures of that structure. But that concrete slab is still there. A fair amount of open space, and then the house. So the lower is what we think is a good, based on our many attempts, 3 architects and understanding of current guidelines. We think that this is a reasonable proposal, although ambitious and kind of large. So we expect some discussion about that. We highlight in that lower drawing, there's a kind of a blue arrow that highlights, to the right of that arrow is, the existing, and then to the left, we knock off those 2 rooms, but then we bring them back. There's that dotted line of what was existing and what's additional, and then you'll see that hyphenation there that will demark the original structure before the 1960s addition. To the bottom side of that, the dining room keeps that wall, and then on the upper part of that addition, we push back into what was that back rooms for an expanded kitchen, and then we add on to the back. We have some open space between the addition and then the addition, the separate building, the garage, and we put some patio in. There's the depiction of the retaining wall that we think makes a lot of sense, and we'd like some feedback on that. So we'll see the elevations from front, side, and back, but I think this gives us a good view of what's going to happen. The front elevation, we've learned our lesson and read the guidelines, and the fact that these peaks are specifically addressed as what makes this a contributing structure is important, and we retained it. We desperately wanted a covered front porch, and that's what those first 2 attempts were about. And we've since reconciled the fact that this house isn't going to lend itself to that. So we stay virtually unchanged. What is a little different in the proposed front elevation is a change in window. The window on the left gets consistent with the front 2 windows, so they're 3 of a kind. We are open to leaving the window that's there, but we think it looks better to make it consistent with the other windows. And then we see the peaks that come out further back. So it's not that the addition is invisible, but it is not prominent, and certainly no increase in elevation. The next slide. Here's the left elevation, and here's where we see a couple of changes. Again, a window change on the first window on the right is, again, that's the current kitchen, and it's not going to be in the redesign. So we envision putting the same window that we put in front, and that is everywhere else in the front of the house, putting that window there. We envision adding another door. We're not going to remove the door that goes into the kitchen, so that'll stay. That kitchen's now going to become kind of a library den room, and we'll leave that entry alone. And then we add another door for what's the dining room to get out to that outside patio. Then there's the hyphenation. There's a peak and a window for a bedroom. There's another window for a laundry room. And then that back is kind of the covered porch that we couldn't do on the front. So that's a back entry with a foyer. And here is some what we think meets that need of adding the porch that we couldn't have on the front. It's on the back. The roof line comes straight back from the peak, a little bit below the existing elevation, so we're not going up. We pull that straight back and then pull a couple peaks off it, and then in back we'll see another peak that comes forward to add some, the double peak view that we had on the front. So we're trying to maintain consistency with the rest of the structure. It's brick, the same brick in detail as elsewhere on the building. Not much else to say, I don't think. So next slide. Right elevation, not as much, right? Because here we are bordering a neighboring property. So we do have the hyphenation. We have that roof that goes straight back. We have that peak that adds some interest. So it's not one long addition. A couple of windows and exposure to that back porch. Next chart, please. Here's the back elevation, and this seems to change quite a bit, but not as much as it might seem. So we see the the peaks that go out on the sides from the extension of the back roof, but the pitches on the roof stay the same. They're all consistent. And then we end up with the, the double peak on the back that is reflective of what's in the front. Next slide, please. So some architectural details. We're going to build the same as, well, what's here, and some details. I call that out. I'm sure we might get more specific. Next slide. Here's how we envision the columns looking. There's columns on the back of the house as well as columns on the garage structure. We'll talk about why they're there. That's to help make the elevation from the 4th Street extension side look good. Yes, next slide, please. And then here's that garage structure. Lower left is what we're going to see from 4th Street extension. And then we have the columns and the door. That was a window in our original. We don't need that. That's not a prominent entry. The reasons that's there is to make it fit in with the streetscape. And we'll see that a couple of slides from now. So looking to the right of that on that same lower left drawing, there's a bunch of white empty space, siding, brick siding, of course, that we would like to, wouldn't you like to see a window or something of interest there? That's a stairway that goes up. So we can't have a window per se, but we expect some landscaping feature and an arbor, a trellis, something that makes that very interesting. So from the 4th Street side, 4th Street extension side, this is kind of consistent with the next door neighbor, which we'll see on the streetscape. So upper right is the view from the back of the house. Sorry, from the back of the alley. So that's when you go up the alley, there will be 2 doors. There's a large tree in between those doors. Lower right is what we see from the back of the house. So that's kind of facing towards the house. That'll also be visible from the street as you drive by. We think that it has good character, consistent with the rest of the house. And then upper left is the right elevation bordering the property next door. Not much to say about that elevation. So I imagine we'll talk more about this. There's the little window in the lower right that matches the window on the front of the house. That's also reflected on the back of the house. So try to pull some of these details to make it look like it fits. Next slide, please. So here's the streetscape I put together that helped us envision what does this look like? And we might think, that's an ambitious addition, almost as long as the house. Not really, because that addition on the back of the house gets knocked off and replaced. So the addition isn't half again what the house was. It looks like it is in the lower picture, but there's that addition part that's gone and back. So is it overwhelming? What's the size scale? What's the mass? And that's what this view is to help us understand. We think that unlike our first 2 events, Jeff's done an awesome job in helping us envision how do we go back and make it look appropriate. And then we now see the garage fitting in from the 4th Street extension side, and why that door is there, why the porch and then pillars are there on 1516 West 4th, Sue Edwards' house. We're pulling her front entrance characteristics echoing into there, so that casually this could be another house. It's not, but I just think it fits. When we look at the streetscape on top, we see that long apartment, 4-unit apartment, and the alley, and this isn't interesting. That garage, I think, does a good job of making this street look more complete. So it's not, I don't think, and interested in your opinion, I don't think it's sticking something there that doesn't fit, doesn't belong. I think this is a good addition. There is the topology, and we see that not only does the roof height not rise above, it's below the existing elevations, but the topology slopes back at the back of the lot, so it'll be even less from the front. So we're not increasing any elevations. That's a good thing. Here is what we envision that retaining wall looking like. And it's 46 to 48 inches high. It's a foundation, the concrete with rebar foundation. It has pillars with rebar that goes up. It's either cinder block or concrete, faced and topped with brick with light fence in between. We think that just does a good job of demarcation between the sidewalk and the rest of the house. We see in the diagram below that there's 20 feet, 19 feet, 10 inches between the sidewalk and the house, so that the retaining wall, I think, is an appropriate and good-looking addition. It goes only as far as the house to the right, and then, the sloped lawn, which I think looks appropriate, goes on to the back. We envision going back towards the carriage house, towards that tree, but we want to make sure that we don't impact the tree root structure at all. So we'll stop that retaining wall wherever the structural engineer and arborist decide is appropriate. Next picture, please. Slide. And here's the inspiration. That is a retaining wall at South Street Lowe's, and that's what it looks like there. And this is what we envision, a similar conceived retaining wall looking like. Next slide. And then lastly, this chimney doesn't do anything. There is a fireplace in the house that could be used. It isn't. The furnace doesn't use that chimney any longer. Guidelines say for a primary masonry chimney that it shouldn't be touched. Secondary chimneys can be eliminated. I don't know. What do you guys? We would like to have one less hole in the roof, so we would like to see it gone. Maybe. There's some debate about whether it's a primary or secondary chimney. All things being equal, we would lose it, but we're not afraid to keep it either. Jeff, any thoughts, comments on what lies have I told that you need to clear up?
Well, that was a great job, Jim. Really good description. And I guess there's a couple of things I would maybe reiterate. The addition, we are stepping in the walls from the original house by a foot or two on both sides, as well as the roof. So we're really trying to kind of distinguish between the original structure and the addition. On the garage, we were pretty challenged with the height, having to get at or below the height of the house. So some of the dormers are maybe a little more crowded than I would like to see, but a lot of that is because of that 21-foot height limit that we were dealing with. And I think we went a long way to offset that with breaking up both the second floor roof and the side elevations. Those were really the only two things I wanted to add. I think Jim covered everything very well.
Well, thank you so much, Jim and Jeff and Joyce. Christy, do we have anyone on the line? Okay, so no one is here to speak for or against this. Commissioners, questions of Jim, Joyce, and Jeffrey? PJ, or sorry?
Damon first.
Damon?
Hello, Mr. Smith, and Ms. Smith, I guess. I think you're there.
Yeah.
I have several questions. First of all, I'd like to say that your addition really respects the simple form of the existing house, and I want to commend you for that. So many times we end up with all sorts of complicated roof systems that really detract from the original form. So this really does a nice job with that, I think. I've got several questions, and they're relatively small. One of them is in our books, it's page number 9, at the left elevation. You show 3 entrances on the side of the house. I think that the 2 of them are added. So my question is, do you need the middle? It almost makes it look like a duplex. And I was wondering, do you need the middle door? It's also introducing a new hole in an existing structure. So can you give us a kind of a reason why that door is there?
Yeah, so that room that door is in is the dining room. It's currently the dining room, going to stay the dining room. And with that retaining wall, we end up with a 20-foot deck. So that door now gives us access to, take the dining experience outside. Ideally, it would be French doors. I don't know that there is the room between the windows for a couple of French doors, but with the doors on the back, we weren't sure that made sense. So the reason, I'll go through the three doors. The door on the far right is existing, and we're going to leave it just because we don't want to change the structure. We don't need it, but it's not a problem. The new door is, to connect the kitchen and dining room with the outdoor dining space. And then that back door, you can kind of see from the floor plan, is set back, and that is now a foyer in the back entry. Where you come out of the new garage, and then there's a bench in the closet, and there's a laundry room on the right, which is a mudroom. So I agree that that door, as shown, is a little clumsy. It might be better as French doors, or I can understand where someone would say it shouldn't be there.
Okay, well, thank you for that, for that explanation. The next question I've got is there's a tree in the, off the alley between the two garage doors. That looks like
Yes.
it's going to be very problematic in saving while you're doing the construction and actually after the paving is done. Will you kind of give us how you're going to protect it and how you're going to ensure that it lives?
Yeah, the challenge is that elevation that we talked about. That alley driveway goes up, and then therefore that first driveway below the tree in this drawing would be problematic. So I think there's some work for us to do to try and either eliminate that door and have a single door. It wouldn't be a double door. I know that we don't like double garage doors. We don't know exactly how best to handle that. Right now, there's a foundation and a pad existing where that door is. So I don't expect any disruption to that tree because that tree has, grown up next to that foundation and previous garage. So I do think we need a tree preservation plan between a structural engineer and arborist to make sure that tree, because that's an absolutely beautiful tree. There's no way we would entertain trying to eliminate it.
Okay, thank you. The next question is the garage, as you show in our book, it's on page 18, and I think what it is it's a streetscape. You did a great job with that, by the way. Just kind of showing the streetscape with the garage and all that drawn in, so thank you for that. So what caught my attention with that is that the addition does such a nice job respecting the roof lines and all that, where the garage varies from that. It not only, it feels like even though it may be lower than the main house, it just looks a little more complicated. It looks a little bit bigger. I guess when you look at it against the neighbor to the left, you kind of get a sense that I think you even mentioned that it's the size of a house next to it. And so my concern was that garage may need some tweaking in order to kind of diminish its presence to the streetscape. So I'm not sure, that may not be as much a question as a statement. I will give you an opportunity to respond to that if you like.
Yeah, could we go back 2 slides again? And I think the way I see it, and Jeff did a good job saying that we're challenged in, trying to keep the height, and that gives us some gables and dormers that we don't particularly love. However, compared to the house on the left, you know, I see this as a transitional structure. You know, the house on the left is not particular. I see the garage structure as being, you know, a kind of a blend of that house and our addition. I think it, you know, it's reasonable.
Okay, understood.
And I think it's better to have it than not have it. When I look at it in this view, that's an awful lot of dead space. And let's say we eliminated those dormers to try and keep it more pure. I'm not sure that, you know, the difference between with or without those challenging dormers makes a difference. I don't, you know, I'm not convinced that eliminating the dormers is the answer either. So
Okay.
compromise.
My next question is the garage doors themselves. That's in our book, it's number 14. It's the bottom right picture. They show like a transom above, I think, the garage doors, and I guess what are those? Are they part of the door? I take it is, and it looks a little bit out of proportion to the doors themselves. So if you would comment on what they are and how you came to that design.
Yeah, those are part of the door, so that would be a panel with windows, and the it would be, you know, wood appropriate materials for house of this period. So that's not a transom. That, you know, that's the door complete.
Okay. I have two more questions. One is the chimney that you're asking to replace. That's the only chimney on the house. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. And you want, is it affecting your interior space, or is it, generally we would want to keep that? That being the only one would be a primary one, and probably we would discourage you from removing it. So, and this is also a comment, you may want to consider structurally holding it up from the attic rather than having to remove it. And still maintain the chimney part of it, even though you may need the space inside the house.
Yeah, I think that's a route we would go. You know, we're not reconfigured. There's a stairway next to the fireplace, so it's not as if we're trying to do an open concept and that the fireplace has to go. But if the fireplace did leave, it would give us more room in the living room. So if it has to stay, then I think we'd absolutely, you know, look at supporting it on that second, at that half floor and eliminating it down below.
Right.
Just one point of curiosity, this house, I don't have pictures of it. I should have put a picture in. This house was originally built without a basement, and a basement was added at some point, a full 10-foot ceilings. And interestingly enough, you can see where they, you know, blocked up the fireplace and rebuilt and built down new structure to the new basement. It's kind of fascinating. I should have put a picture in.
Huh. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, my last one is the retaining wall, and I really am not sure exactly why the retaining wall is necessary. I mean, the fact is it's 4 foot about, and so it's below head height, so you can actually visually still see into the yard. But it is a wall, and it is against this, like either the sidewalk or the street. I don't understand. So does your lot, are you going to be doing a lot of backfill behind it in order to give yourself a flat? Give me an explanation exactly what's going on and why that's going there.
Yeah, we would absolutely level that to the yard, so the yard would be level to that where the fence touches the wall. And today there's a driveway right between you know, where the garage is and the back of the house. It's gravel, and even where the rest of the slopes are, after every rain, there's significant erosion of gravel and soil that washes down that sidewalk. So this would be an attempt to mitigate, you know, the erosion that happens.
Do you have a section that shows I don't see one, so there may not be one. section that shows a cross-section between that side yard and that shows the height of the,
If we zoom in there.
that's existing, is that interesting?
Yep.
So we may need more detail about that if the commission wants to consider. Anyway, thank you for answering my questions.
Thanks, Commissioner Roms. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Couple of questions. Can we go to slide to the left elevation, page 9, please? So just kind of a comment, the front window on the left side that you want to make larger. I mean, that left side elevation is highly visible from the street. And since that is an original opening side, you know, my opinion, I'm sure the commissioners in deliberation will talk about it as well, is, you know, my opinion is that we keep that you keep that window size the original size, right? Because we do have a guideline that says on primary elevations, don't make larger or smaller your window openings. So
And if we go up to the front elevation, same thought?
I'm talking about the window, on the front elevation.
So that left window is the same thing, right? So
Yes.
that as well?
Same thought there as well.
And I kind of expected that feedback. It just fits better if it's changed, but I understand the, not changing an original opening.
And another comment, I believe it was mentioned earlier that with the addition, it's going to be stepped in a foot or two. The brick is going to be in a foot or two. How much and where is that written down? Okay, I see it. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
That's slide 14.
Slide 14. Thank you. And then from a brick and mortar perspective, obviously it's impossible to exactly match, historic brick and mortar colors, but have you looked at, are you able to closely match the brick and mortar to the house?
So that's a concern of ours. What's interesting is the original mortar was colored. It was a black mortar. That's color is long gone, and it needs to be pointed across the entire brick surface. So one of my questions is, how closely can we match the brick? And our initial conversation, we don't have samples, but our initial feedback is, yeah, there's, a couple of brickyards in Georgia that are manufacturing brick that's very closely matched. And the transition is at that hyphen. So it's not going to, wall suddenly change. It'll step in and then be different, but the goal is to match it as much as possible. And then the open question on my part is, when we point it with mortar, do we go back to the original black mortar and try and restore that feature, or just, some regular mortar? Any opinion from the commission on trying to maintain that original mortar color?
We can talk about that in deliberation if you'd like. I mean, obviously, you're never going to be able to match 100% your brick, your mortar, right? And also, having that variation also further distinguishes the addition from the original.
Right.
Can we go to the site plan, please? And just a couple more questions. Help me point out, where are the AC units?
It is currently on the front right. So there's the entry to the house and a little closet. It's right on the other side of that, right there.
Okay. So where's your new AC unit going to be? General vicinity?
Don't know, same side further back. So maybe behind, in that hyphenated where we bump out a bit for the bathroom. So yeah, behind there, it's a little to the left.
So naturally, our ask would be to add that detail onto the site plan. Okay, thank you. I want to talk about the garage. Notes say that the garage height is 3 inches lower than the primary ridge height. Christy, question for you. I know this has come up recently. Generally speaking, I mean, 3 inches isn't that much difference between the height on the main house. Have we typically been trying to get to 6 inches, 12 inches at a minimum? Okay. Do you have any ability to bring that ridge height down? Because 3 inches really isn't enough to show that this garage structure is secondary to the primary.
If we can go to the left elevation, slide 14, I think. No. Yep. So here we see that the house steps down, and the garage is 3 inches below that stepped down roof. So from the highest point, the garage is, Jeff, keep me honest, we're 3 inches below that new long peak, right?
I'd have to go back and look at that, Jim. I do see a height on the existing house, and I think there's a height, hopefully there's a height on the garage there too. I mean, we could adjust that 3 inches, I think, if needed. We are very tight on that upper floor. We don't have a plan, but a lot of space is being compromised already with the dormers and so forth, and the restrictions that we're dealing with, particularly with the footprint of the first floor being locked in, and then the height. We end up with not a ton of usable space up there as it is. And part of the need for that space is obviously because we're not doing a second floor in the house.
Sure. No, and that's, I mean, that side, that left elevation is so visible, especially to 4th Street, that
Right.
at least based on your plans, that garage doesn't look secondary to the main house. But we've even had applications, I forget if it was Wesley Heights or somewhere else, where they were also tight on space as you all are, and they chose to excavate down, right? Now, obviously, their site conditions were different, and I mean, there's no two applications that are the same, but just know that it's important to make sure that the garage is secondary. Another question or comment, if we can go to slide 14, please. The left elevation of the garage, one that's street facing, and obviously highly visible. So the picture on the lower left, the street facing elevation, we would like to see a little more interest, some more fenestration, maybe some windows. I mean, it reads the first level of the garage, it reads like a blank wall. So we would ask for you to, find some mechanism to break that up and add some more interest. So just kind of a comment there. Trees, are any trees being removed?
No trees being removed.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk about the retaining wall. If we can go to a picture that has the retaining wall. Slide 18, I think.
Slide 24? 25?
Oh, sorry. Mine just says 18. Yes,
That's just so, yeah.
perfect.
Okay.
This slide,
Okay.
18 or 25, or is that retaining wall, I'm looking at where the tree is. Are you proposing that retaining wall terminates into the tree in some form or fashion?
I think what's undetermined here is exactly where it stops. It gets as close as possible to the tree without impacting it.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, I know Commissioner Rum should mention the need for a tree protection program. And again, just thinking about how that tree is going to grow, I mean, that tree is just going to get bigger, right? So it's going to need to have room to grow in, plenty of room to grow, and that retaining wall at some point may hamper that.
Now that tree is 5 feet behind that retaining wall. Here it looks like, the retaining wall touches the tree. It's 5 feet in front of that tree.
I understand. Thank you.
It
Okay.
slopes.
Okay. I understand. I'm just looking at these flat pictures. It's hard to see.
I know.
Sure.
Okay. No, I understand. That helps. Thank you. And then that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Walker?
Hi, thank you. I just have a couple of questions. While we're on the retaining wall, how far away from the sidewalk is that built?
Wherever is appropriate, I'm thinking, within inches, 6 inches back.
Because it's usually recommended that there be enough distance that you could plant some landscaping between the sidewalk and the retaining wall. So that's just something to think about. Then the only other question I have is, I'm assuming that the left side of your garage is in line with the left side of your house. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the site plan shows that.
So if I look at the site topography that you included on page 17, I think, or 18, it would seem that the garage is forward of the neighbor house. Is that the case, do you think?
Forward, so it's closer to the alley than the neighbor house. But then the lot ending in 213, that's 208 Grandin, now has a garage that goes further back towards the alley than our proposed garage. So we will not be the closest to the alley.
Yeah, but what I was wondering though is the front of your neighbor's house.
On 4th Street Extension.
So
Maybe if you go to the new site plan, Christy, we might be able to see where it is. I think, Jim, she's talking about the distance from, oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was a, it doesn't show on there.
Oh, gotcha.
It looks like we are potentially a little bit closer to 4th Street than the house.
Go back to the topology.
Yeah, one of the reasons it is what it is. Yeah, we're 6 feet, I believe, from the property line instead of 3, which is allowed. And the reason for that is to try to keep that tree and get our doors, both of those garage doors, so that it is a usable 2-car garage. So, that's costing us 3 feet on the neighbor side of the property.
So do you think that the garage sits closer? Or, although, I guess I'm getting confused.
There. So in this view, we see that the house in between is set back further than either our house on Grandin or the other house on Walnut. So our garage will be more consistent with the house that's on Walnut than the house that's in between us. If that makes any sense.
Okay, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Hindman.
Hi, thank you. I have a couple of questions, although thankfully some of my commissioners have covered them already. Christy, could you go to the existing and proposed site plans? Do we have the coverage calcs on the site somewhere, Christy?
Sorry, Jessica, what did you say?
The coverage calculations, do we have the coverage calculations?
Oh, the rear yard open space?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
We've done them and we're within the within guidelines. I don't have, Jeff, we've done those, right?
We have done those. I don't remember the exact number, but we are definitely within the 50% pervious impervious requirement. We
Okay,
could certainly get you that.
my next, yeah, we'll need that for the application. The next, my next is really a note and not a question because it doesn't fall under our jurisdiction, but the Wesley Heights lots typically have different setbacks on the deed restrictions that override the zoning. And I would just double and triple and quadruple check that, because the setbacks at Wesley Heights are typically much deeper than the established zoning setbacks, and that may affect the addition layout. I'm so glad that Commissioner Walker brought it up, and I would go back to page 3 of the application, which is actually the Historic District Commission staff map page. Yeah, so this, I think, it's getting at the same thing that Commissioner Walker was getting at, which is the size and scale and mass of this garage, as you mentioned, and the fact that it has a door that faces 4th Street, it starts to have the qualities of a small house. And in that regard, it really has to respect the 4th Street setback of your neighbor's house. And because it's roughly the same mass as your neighbor's house. And in these urban blocks in the historic districts, when we have doubled up street facing lots, you know, they'll have the same street setback. So once the garage starts to, you know, compete in massing with the size of a small house, and particularly the size of the small house directly adjacent to you, we really have to be very careful about the street setback of the adjacent house in our guidelines. Commissioner Walker already talked about the planting strip requirement at a wall. Commissioner Henningsen talked about the left side fenestration on the historic part of the house. And I would say, you know, in theory, this house should be eligible for tax credits, and changes to the fenestration on the historic part of the house is going to be problematic from the historic district guidelines perspective in Chapter 4, but also from this historic tax credit program perspective. They'll kick it out immediately if there's fenestration changes to the historic part of the house. I do want to commend you on like an incredibly thorough and legible application. It's been so nice to have an application that is so easy to follow, and for you to give us the history and the background. This has been it's had so much clarity. Thank you so much for that. I really, really, really appreciate that. And I want to echo what some of the commissioners said. I think that this addition is really sensitive to the historic house. The roof pitches, the hyphen, you know, it's just enough in and out to be sensitive to the historic house. The next note that I have has to do with the window detail. I just want to make sure we specifically call out the wood trim between the window and the brick as brick mold trim. We're having some violations on some other projects because of a misunderstanding in that regard. So just to be really specific with that note, that it's a wood brick mold. And
no worries.
I think that's most of it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Heidman. I do have one quick question before we get to our next commissioner. On the rear elevation, the double windows, it looks like in the drawings, they abut the back door. Is that correct?
Could you go to that elevation, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's page 11 in our book.
Okay.
Slide 18.
That is correct. I don't think they would have to if that's problematic. Jim, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Barth?
Oh, we're on it. I don't think this is necessarily a undesirable detail, Kim. You know, we've seen doors and windows mold together a number of times, and I'm sure we can find a historic example of such. I would expect that the doors and window do share the same head height. It looks like the door's a little bit shorter, so I don't know what sort of infill panel or small transom there would be, but I would, you know, if they are paired with the door, I would imagine that they would be, you know, straight across rather than having the jog. And of course, we'll let the commission weigh in on that when we deliberate. One question I have for you guys, and again, echoing everybody's comments, you know, thorough presentation. You know, I think this is a great design. What windows do you plan on using, and you know, the grill profile of the windows. What are you planning to do there?
So we're going to match existing and apply gem wood composite, which has been used before. So, you know, match existing windows and use windows that, you know, been accepted by the commission.
And I imagine you'd do a simulated divided light with window grills applied to the glass surface rather than grill between glass, right?
Permanent grills, not removable.
Okay. And I think PJ and a few other of our commissioners spoke to the overall scale in relation to the main house of the garage. You know, once we deliberate, you know, I kind of expect that we might want to see some tweak going on there. One thing I will mention is, you know, I'll have to look up which guideline it is. Maybe some of our other commissioners have, but the guideline with relation to directional expression, if you guys can find some way to, especially that 4th Street facing facade, some way to relate that back to the original house, I think we might feel a little bit more comfortable with that, as well as adding fenestration to that. So again, we can't design it for you, but you know, whether you do a Pentive or do something to relate that back to the original house, I think would be beneficial. Other than that, I think most of my commissioners covered every question I had.
Thanks, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes, I'm gonna say that I would challenge your impervious surface statement that it's well within the limits. It certainly doesn't appear to be visually. I mean, this is a much bigger garage footprint than the concrete pad that's there. The house that's being added on is much bigger. So before I approve this, I'm going to need to see those calculations clearly and accurately. I'm also going to need to see a tree protection plan with structural engineer for the garage saying how he's going to protect the roots of those trees back there, actually both trees, but particularly the tree that's in between the two garage doors. Because it's, as had been stated, those are spectacular trees, and they are significantly contributing to the character of that neighborhood. I would not want to see anything happen to those trees. So those are my major comments. I echo some of the others from the previous.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayden. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation? Yes, Commissioner Henningsen.
One last question. What's the siding material on the garage?
Brick, and then up above, we haven't. Jeff, any thoughts?
I would think wood.
Wood? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Any, Commissioner Barth?
Or just one more came to me. Again, going back to the garage, on the house elevation, Christy, can you go to that, please? The house facing elevation.
Facing where?
The garage elevations.
The garage elevations.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like the combined elevations?
Yeah, that's good. So the bottom right elevation, you have a garage door there. Just curious as to the purpose of that door. It looks like a garage door, excuse me.
Yep, so that'll open up to the area between the house and the garage. So, you know, pulling things through, yard carts, bikes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, commissioners? All right, let's close for deliberation. Did you have a question, Dave? Okay, all right.
I'd like to suggest, I've made some notes as all the commissioners have made some recommendations. It might be efficient for me to just read that list and turn it into a motion if anybody has anything to add or wants to change. Is that okay?
That's a great idea.
The motion I would make would start by approving the house with the following conditions. That we would deny the changing of the windows, the two windows, one on the front elevation, one on the left elevation. We would deny the chimney removal. That staff would have to approve the new location of the HVAC unit. That we would deny the door, the new door in the existing house elevation, on the left elevation. That we would have staff review and confirm the 50% calculation of the backyard. That the window trim should be of brick mold and possibly, and staff could look into that if it's necessary. That the rear elevation, that I think this may be staff to take a look at, could look at either a separation between the rear door and the twin window, or a raising of the door to match the height of the windows next to them. And that could be something that staff could look into. And that the windows match the existing windows throughout the addition. And here again, staff could approve those. So that would be, in terms of the main house, that would be the approval for that. Do you want to stop there and make comments? Okay.
Yeah,
That would be wonderful. Why don't you start,
yeah,
TJ?
just that, Damon, that was awesome. Thank you. A couple other comments is, can we detail how much the addition is being stepped in? Just adding that detail, and then specify matching brick and mortar.
Matching brickwork?
As well as new brick and mortar to match original. They said they were, but just so that it gets in the application.
Brick match, staff approval?
Yep.
And I think the offset for there's quite a bit of offset between the addition and the house. And that's shown in the plan, so.
It is. I'm just asking for
Number?
a number.
Okay.
Yep. A number to be added to that slide.
Dimension, offset. Staff to review. Okay. Any others?
I'm challenged with the rear elevation with the double windows so close to the door, primarily because it seems like the fenestration, the rhythm of the fenestration in the back is offset to the left side. You have all of the openings on the left side and then a tiny little window on the right. So please help me out with that one.
The
Yeah,
house steps in.
I'm
The
sorry.
house steps in. So this is a wall that steps in, and that's where the double doors are,
Mhm.
and then steps in again.
So really what you're looking at is between those two left columns.
Uh-huh.
That's what you're talking about, right? Is the fact that it's.
That's what I'm talking,
Together.
right, in comparison, like, so help me, because I'm not seeing what you're saying, when you're comparing it to the right side, so I don't see the step in and
Look in plan, see where the roof comes.
I'm having trouble with what appears to me to be an off balance of fenestration on the left versus the right side.
So look at the plan there. See how the doors are forward of the rest of the house, and the rest of it is kind of under a porch.
Okay, so it's its own bay.
And so it kind of gives it its own
Mhm.
differences when you see it in 3 dimensions.
Okay, so that's helpful. I still have a little indigestion with the doubles being so close to the
Got
door.
it in. So would you go back to that?
Yeah.
The rear elevation. So I mean, that's an architectural question. I think it would work either way. We have seen that in other bungalow houses.
Sure. And Commissioner Barth, who's an architect, said that's fine. I just wanted to have a conversation about it.
Sure.
Yeah, Commissioner Barth?
Sorry,
Commissioner Barth?
button wasn't working. Yeah, I think it's fine. As Damon mentioned in his motion, I think, as long as the windows and the doors align, that's a fine detail. The doors can be taller, or if it needs to be more of a standard size, the window head can come down just to match. Speaking to your comment about the balance of fenestration, I mean, I kind of agree. It's kind of a complex geometry underneath that porch, and it is recessed, which does help. Um, I mean, I could see adding another window, maybe looking at the plan in that laundry room, um, maybe helping. So, we might, maybe we could request if the commission is okay with it on seeing that, but I don't know how, that gets into the, if other commissions are in favor of doing that, then we can certainly explore it.
So if they're gonna have to design that with new fenestration, it'll need to come back. So given that it's a rear elevation, although it is visible because it is a corner lot, but because it's hidden back in there and because there's two step backs in that area, I don't think that's an important enough to bring it back to. I'm comfortable with it if the majority of commissioners are.
Okay, thank you, Damon. Jessica? We can't hear you, Jessica.
I have, thank you. Sorry. Damon, thank you for putting this motion. I really appreciate it and I'm comfortable with it. I have two things I'd like to add. We just need a lot more material notes on the elevations in general. And I would love to add some language, and the city attorney might have to weigh in, just absolving us from anything that may happen with deed restriction setbacks. Because I think there's a chance. I just think there's a chance that this may come back to us because of deed restriction setbacks, and I don't want to give the impression that we have any jurisdiction over that when we don't. Does that make sense?
But Jessica, I don't think we can rule on that or determine that. So if in fact this
We
does
can't.
if this does in fact violate a zoning ordinance, then it's going to be kicked back before they give them a building permit.
And it will get kicked back to us.
No, it's
Yeah. So
the problem is that the problem is the permit can be issued and the title won't be clean. That's the problem because it's a deed restriction and it's in the title documents. It's not something that zoning or permitting catches.
Well,
I don't want to be responsible for that.
So
I mean, legally, we can't deal with that. I mean, that's gotta.
what we've required in the past, knowing that this happens, is we require them to prove that it doesn't exist. And so what your motion can say is you're approving this, provided that they can provide documentation to staff that this deed restriction is not in place for this lot. And if they find it that it is, we'll bring the project back to you because it will require a design change.
Thank you. Christy, that makes me a lot more comfortable. I'm great with that. And then I would say, as far as any fenestration changes to the rear elevation, I'm perfectly comfortable with staff handling those. If the commission wants to make recommendations, that's fine. But I think that they can be handled at a staff level. I don't need to see anything on the back elevation.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Jessica. Krista?
Yes, and maybe you just hadn't gotten to these, Damon. Were you just tackling the house itself versus the site?
Yeah, and I've not even, the garage and the retaining wall and all that, I see as a continuance, and I was going to read through a list of those.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Damon, do you want to?
So let me go through
Yeah.
all those
Mhm.
changes. Okay, so this is an approval for the main house with these conditions. The materials to match existing of the existing house. I think that'll cover the details for materials. They can match whatever's there, given that the staff to check the brick match. To provide the documentation to the staff that the plan complies with any deed restrictions in the neighborhood. Dimension of the offset from the main house to the addition to be reviewed by staff. or to be provided to staff. I mentioned the brick match to be approved by staff. To deny the removal of the changing of window sizes on the front and left elevation on the existing original house. To deny the chimney renovation, the chimney removal. For staff to approve the new location of the HVAC units. To deny the left elevation, the new door in the left elevation of the existing house. For the 50% calculation to be reviewed and approved by staff for its accuracy. For the window trim to be brick mold. For the rear addition, the rear elevation. So the door and window rear elevation should either be of the same height or reconfigured to be a little separate, to also be reviewed by staff. And the windows to match existing windows as for staff to approve. Those are all the things that I think we've mentioned up to now.
Christy, should we have the approvals and the denials separate? Okay, so why don't we,
So of the same house? So these are, what I'm saying is we're approving the house with with these pieces denied.
So you would just say with these conditions, if you want to say that the window changes in the chimney, the windows need to
We just
stay.
lump them together.
Yeah, I think it's okay because it's small tweaks. It's not huge and it's a condition, not necessarily, denial.
Not
It's
really
just,
denying
it's a
anything.
condition of approval.
Right.
Yeah.
right.
do you want guidelines for those, Damon?
Yes, please.
Yes, so chimney is 4.7, number 3.
Wait a minute, let me put that next to there. Chimney, what is it, 4.7?
4.7, number 3.
Okay, thank you.
The window change, fenestration change is 4.14, numbers 1 and 6.
Okay,
Those are the only ones that I wrote down. So far, those were the only conditions, right? You have more conditions.
yeah, the rest of it is really just
The
going back to
approval.
staff for details.
Yeah, So, all right, so Damon has stated the motion. Do we have a second for the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Henningsen. Any discussion of the motion?
Actually, that was Commissioner Barth. He got me.
Oh,
I tried.
I saw you. and-
I was going for it.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. That was some ventriloquism stuff.
Nice work, Chris.
Yeah, great job, Barth. Any discussion of the motion before we vote? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte. Okay, let the record show Commissioner Bonaparte is left at 2. Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin, let the record show that Commissioner Murin is also not online. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, the second part of this is a continuation for the garage and the retaining wall. So I'm just going to read a list before I make a motion. So for the garage, first of all, I think that the discussion led to simplifying the garage in height and in roof form. Also to respect the setbacks of the house in the rear in the mid block, so that at least it steps back to from the main house to the front yard of the mid block house. Now, the fact is that if that setback is respected, what it may mean is to lose that tree and, or endanger that tree. And so, I think we need to recognize in talking about that condition is that one house is a mid-block only house with a front setback. And I don't know how to look at that. So I think we need to talk about that before we make a motion about it. But I think that setback has to be dealt with, that respect for the front yard setback for the mid-block house. The blank wall, in the, I think it's the street, the Fourth Street elevation. There's a blank wall in that garage, and it's been brought up that needs to have some kind of breakup of that mass. That is a garage, although it is a street elevation, so I think that probably needs to be addressed. The retaining garage side, okay, so also on the house itself, we need to call out materials specific to the garage. If they're going to match materials on the house, great, or if they're going to be different, we need to know what they are. The next issue, I've got a big issue with the retaining wall. I think that it's that retaining wall. First of all, I think we need, before we can make a decision about it, we need to have a section of that retaining wall from the street curb to the house so that we can see what those elevations look like and how the grade is affected between the sidewalk and the backyard and the side yard and the house. So I don't think we can really make a decision on that unless the commission just feels that a retaining wall in that situation is not acceptable. So I think we need to have that conversation before we can ask them to bring a section back. And I can bring that into a third motion if we need to. And then I think this, as Jim pointed out, I think we need a foundation, an engineered foundation plan for the foundations that are adjacent to either one of those trees, and a protection plan for both of those trees. So that's what I got from our conversations.
Okay. PJ?
I want to add two small items. On the garage, it's hard to tell on the dormers if any of the dormers are coplanar to the thermal wall on the first floor, right? So, as well as if you look at the dormer in the upper left picture, it looks like it's hinged right at the ridge. So I would also recommend that the dormers hinge X inches below the ridge and ensure that none of the thermal walls on the dormer are coplanar to the thermal walls on the first floor.
Got it?
Damon, when we were in the Q&A part of this, you mentioned the roof forms and the garage being more compatible to the.
So I have two parts of it. That is simplifying it and then the roof form being changed.
Okay, I think, wrote it down, where is it? I think 8.9, number 6 and 3 speak to that.
Number 6 and 3.
Let me just double check to make sure. 8.9, well, 6 deals with the actual doors of the garage, which were brought up. And 3, design new outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building.
Okay, got it.
As far as setbacks go, that would be section 6.2.
Let me make sure I've got that part of it. The setback is, okay, what is that?
It's 6.2.
Okay.
And someone mentioned directional expression of that garage. I don't know if that's.
They follow the form of the house. So
Yeah.
I think we've got
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Damon, did you mention restudy the height to ensure that the garage is secondary to the main structure?
I did. I said
Okay.
simplify. Actually, I have 3 points. I have simplify, height, and roof form.
Perfect.
So I
Thank
do have that, and they will be mentioned as 3 separate items.
Do we have any, oh, Krista Lineberger, Commissioner Lineberger?
I was going to just go back to the retaining wall, but I'll wait till you finish the garage
Okay,
to the
perfect.
retaining wall conversation.
Okay. Commissioner Hindman.
Damon, I would love to add 6.4 orientation to the garage for a restudy, because I think if the garage is going to address 4th Street as if it is a house, then that plays into the discussions about setback and fenestration.
Okay, so that would be that would be in the setback, part of the setback motion. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, thank you. That's perfect. And then the other thing, and maybe this is for discussion after the motion, is I think we need to, the fact is that homeowners can't engineer these projects until they're approved. So we can't ask for engineering designs as a contingency of approval. And engineers are all booked out like 8 and 10 weeks right now. So I think if we are going to ask for engineering for tree protection plans, we have to word it in a way that the homeowner is to provide the engineering to staff for release of the COA. I don't know that we can require it in order to come back to us. That might be, I don't know what the word is.
Well, Jessica, we have asked for people to bring back when they're doing a porch that's spanning the roots of a tree in the backyard. And we've seen things like helical piers with beams across them and stuff like that. So I think that.
Yeah, I guess what I'm just saying is that it prevents a homeowner from bringing something back to us for like up to 3 and 4 months, which runs up against some of our legal responsibilities for the review period. And so I think we have to assume that the engineer can provide it and then have staff send it back to us if it can't be provided.
Well, I think if it's just one specific area, I mean, I just feel that that's within a month's range of having an engineer look at a specific area and say, you can do this if you use this, and this kind of. I think that's a reasonable request, especially if we're going to try to save these trees. I'm not sure how else do you think we could ask for a tree protection plan without it including some kind of construction method of saving the roots?
I guess what I'm saying is I think it's important because there's no way I can get an engineer on site within 6 weeks for anything right now. And so I think it's kind of like our requirement to provide the tree protection plan to staff. You know, I just don't, I think the reality of it is if it's not, we can't hold up the application process for months on end if it's something that cannot be obtained in a timely manner, but staff can, issuing the COA can be contingent upon receipt of that. And if it's not received or it's not possible to get it at all, they could kick it back to the commission. Does that make sense? It still ensures that it happens.
As a contractor, it would not be a problem for me to get an engineer to look at a specific area and give me a quick sketch as to what would work. I just don't think that. I don't think that's that big of a hardship. But I mean, if the commission feels it is, I'll write what they want.
This is Christy. It's a continuance, right?
Yeah.
So why don't you just put it in there as we want to see this, and then if they can't find it, you know, this is speculation on our point on both ends, but you know, acknowledging we do recognize that the building industry is
and they can bring a reason
bonkers.
why
Yes. Yeah, I think that's
okay with you, Jessica?
Okay. That sounds fine to me. Thanks.
We asked that of another house on that same street.
So is there anything more about the garage that we need to talk about or add to?
It's not necessarily the garage, and I don't know if you mentioned it, Damon, but Commissioner Hayden mentioned needing to see, and Commissioner Hindman needing to see the coverage calculations.
I have that in here.
You do. I'm going to give you the number for it.
Oh, and I have that With the main, I think that was in the first with the house.
It is, okay,
So that'll be there with everything.
okay.
Anything else on the garage?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Barth?
Just two quick things, and I know we've asked applicants to do this in the past. The shed dormer facing the alleyway, I think the start point of that from the ridge, we would ask that that's at least 6 inches down from the ridge.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I got that in it.
Oh, okay, sorry. And then the other one, I want to leave this open to commissioners to comment on. The yard maintenance door facing the house. I mean, because this garage from a vehicular standpoint is approached from the alleyway, I would argue that that door isn't needed, and whatever sort of yard maintenance equipment or whatever could be brought out through the garage doors or a pedestrian door and around. I think that elevation would lend itself better to have windows versus a roll-up door, but wanted to put that out there for other commissioners if they felt the same way. Or Damon, if you wanted to include, felt compelled to include that in your motion.
Well, I mean, we could ask them to just do a redesign on that elevation to eliminate it looking like a garage door and let them come back with something. Does that sound, how does the commission feel about that?
Well,
Thoughts?
just a comment, it's a garage and it looks like a garage opening. And yeah, there's double openings on the back. I don't know. I don't, my humble opinion, it's a garage door. It's supposed to have that. I don't see the need to redesign it.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
I agree with that. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. But I do think that the windows on the garage, we do need some kind of, we need something that's in proportion. It seems out of proportion, so. Anything else on the garage? Okay, so I know I think there was a lot of energy about the retaining wall, so. In terms of me, all I suggested was before we can say anything about the retaining wall, we need a section from the curb to the house showing the elevations all the way across. And that's assuming that we want to put them through that exercise. We don't want to put them through that exercise if we will not approve that kind of retaining wall.
I have a question for the commissioners, and this is not the best way to put it, but it seems wrong for the neighborhood. That's they cited I think South End, which is not historic. Where is the precedent for this sort of retaining wall? Krista.
It's exactly what I was going to ask. If there was some type of precedent for it, a good reason for it structurally, or for the I know I didn't hear an answer to that, but I also think they're almost two separate pieces. When I first saw that elevation, I really appreciate the elevation, and superimposing the drawings on the photograph, I think was highly effective. But that retaining wall with the fence just appears to be such a dominant, I guess, piece of that elevation and right along Fourth. So I just think we should reference maybe the guideline for fencing, which is 8.6 number 4, just to fall within that, along with, of course, the details that we're asking for. But I wondered if they possibly, I think there should be a study of, could you do just the retaining wall if it meant, if there was a precedence for it, if there was a strong reason for it to happen. But I'm not sure that you need both the retaining wall and the fence. So I'm curious if anyone else had any thoughts about that.
To the retaining wall. The height of the retaining wall exceeds what you can get away with without the fence on top.
Right, it needs, I think, 30 inches, is that right? 30?
Something like that, yeah.
So it may be that they could bring it down to 30 inches or whatever that code is, and then talk about retaining wall without a fence on top of it. Christy, would you show that elevation where the fence Yeah, that's our best.
And I believe it was 36. The guideline is 36 inches for the fence height and then 30 inches.
Oh, so, but code requires anything, a wall that's higher than, I think it's 30 inches, requires some kind of banister or railing or something just for safety reasons for someone falling off the top of the wall.
Right.
That, so I think that if they bring it down to 30 inches, they could probably do without the fencing. And then we could look at it from there if that's what you're suggesting.
Well, so is the problem the fence or is the problem the wall?
I have a problem with the height of the wall.
That's,
Yeah. Let's kick it over to Commissioner Barth.
So Damon's comment there is correct. You know what? I don't have a problem with the wall. I mean, you see these retaining walls on the front of houses where we have sloped lots. I mean, it's clearly an issue for some houses. It's an issue for these folks as well, with erosion and trying to grow grass on that bank, as well as trying to make a usable yard for them. I would agree with Damon that if this is brought down to the code minimum of 30 inches without a railing and, you know, a lesser sloped yard towards the streetscape would be more beneficial. But, you know, I think we leave it up to them to come back to us with a more in keeping design.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Barth. So our applicants want to speak, so I will reopen so that they can do so. Jim, Joyce, Jeff?
So, hi, this is awesome. Thank you everyone for the process. The wall is a dilemma for us. Quick question, the same wall went in at 424 grand and it was completed last week. I was wondering, you know, we've only just seen it and said, oh, look, others in this neighborhood are doing the same thing. Anyone recollect how that happened?
There is a stop work order on that project, so thank you for letting us know that they are not abiding by that.
And we saw one on Summit that you guys did deal with that, you know, went in and then you made them change. So, yeah, and I heard one of the commissioners ask the pertinent question of, you know, how much work and engineering do we do if this isn't appropriate? We think it is, but if it's not, you know, I think that's really important to know now. So thank you for exploring these issues, and we do appreciate your feedback. That's all I had to add.
Thanks, Jim. So we will.
Can I make one?
Yeah. Oh, please.
I think with the garage, you know, the cosmetic changes and so forth are all doable. You know, the reason the dormers are up against the ridge is not by choice. It's really to fit some usable space up there. I don't think we have a foot or 6 inches to give and still have usable area. I mean, we've dropped our fascia lines down to 7 feet and, you know, we're doing everything we can. So really, I'll have to have some conversations with Jim and Joyce. I'm just not sure that second floor works with the things that you've asked us to do there.
And I have some input there as well. If we have to respect that front setback of the middle house, the garage can't happen, right? That puts us too close to the property line. Then it has to turn and the 2 doors have to face 4th Street Extension. The second floor disappears. If it is a single-story garage, does that change the setback requirement? Is that setback because of that middle house hard? Or you know, because if it is, if we have to respect that middle house setback, then now the garage turns and you know, it becomes, you know, a rectangle the opposite way. And we drive in the back and around into the doors or something. Any thoughts, Sarah?
I'm going to kick it over to you, Christy.
I think it's lack of information is the first problem, and I don't think that's going to be resolved today. And I, not wanting to speak for the commissioners, but if you can show on paper what you're describing in words, I think that would go a long way to helping to justify your project.
Exactly. Thank you. All right. Okay, Jim.
Yes, yeah, very good. And, thanks for all the feedback, folks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. We will reclose. Damon?
Retaining wall. So we still haven't decided whether we want to even consider that retaining wall. Is that, you know what, maybe, let me do this. Let me make a motion to deny the retaining wall. And if it doesn't fly, then we can have further discussion about it.
Oh, I don't want to deny it.
Okay, so at the
Yeah.
staff level, we're allowed to approve true retaining walls. There is a lot of slope on this lot. So we can approve something. I think what you asked for previously with a section of the wall from the street, the sidewalk, the wall, it'll show you that missing piece of information with the topography and why it's needed.
So is it okay with the commission that we're going to approve some kind of retaining wall in this setting?
I don't have a problem with
Okay.
approving a
That's
retaining
why
wall.
that's why I was going to make the mention, is to make sure we're all okay, that we don't come back with a retaining wall and then have a discussion whether it should be there or not.
I think that the lot
Allows for it.
allows for it.
Okay, so.
Yeah, maybe not one that's 46 inches, but yeah.
So should I make a motion to say that we need that section through the
I would agree with that, Damon. Any other thoughts, commissioners? Yeah, we're nodding in the room.
So with consideration of not having a railing on top of it.
Yes, please.
So I'm not going to make a motion for the garage yet. I'll make a motion for the retaining wall. So this is the second part of it, to continue to the retaining wall for a section from the street curb to the house, thermal house wall, showing elevations through the retaining wall.
I think that sounds good. I want to kick it over to Commissioner Lineberger because I'm sure she has something to add to this. So Commissioner Lineberger.
I just wanted to ask if we need to include the 6-inch setback from the sidewalk. If we need to.
That would be part of what we see, because right now we're not seeing what it is at all. And so
Right.
see that we can adjust it in the next meeting, saying it needs to be larger or smaller.
Okay.
Unless you want to make a specific.
The standard is usually 12 to 18 inches is what we
Oh,
require at
well,
the
there we
staff
go.
level.
So then you can, and then I can add just to follow our guidelines. And if you can give me that number, I'll put that in the motion.
Sure.
Is that okay, Krista?
Sure.
Krista, didn't you have that guideline called out?
8.6, number 4.
Yeah.
Does that also say the 18 inches?
You know, the 8.6 number 4 is the fence, specifically talks about fences, but it says fences and walls. I guess, does that apply? I guess, Christy, could you clarify? Does that?
You can just cite the fences and walls page if you'd like.
Okay. But guidelines 1 through 3 are address existing walls and fences.
Okay.
So 8.64 through 9.
8.64, numbers 3 and 9?
4 is the primary.
Yeah, I think because they do mention, well, it's primarily.
So is it
fencing.
8.4 or 8.6?
It's 8.6, number
8.6.
4.
Okay,
Yeah.
number 4. Okay, that's what I've got. And then also just in general, refer to the fences and walls section of our guidelines.
8.6.
That's 8.6 in general. Okay, that's already in there. And do I need to specify the 16-inch planting space, Christy?
Our standard is 12 to 18 inches, usually 18 because it allows softening of a fence or a retaining wall.
Okay.
And it also protects the property owner in case the city comes into sidewalk work and then the retaining wall doesn't get destroyed.
So in this section, I'll recommend an 18-inch planting strip. Okay. All right, so I'm going to move to continue the retaining wall section of this application. According to 8.6 number 4, with a detailed section through the retaining wall, starting from the street curb and terminating at the thermal wall of the house.
Do we have a second for Damon's motion?
Second.
It was Commissioner Walker as the second for that one. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote.
Okay, so the garage.
Well, let's vote on that
I'm
one and then move on. Okay, Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Heineman,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion passes 8-0. Okay, on to the garage.
So the garage is a continuance, obviously. And in general, it's for simplicity of form to match the house, the height, and the roof form. Now, the applicant suggested that even by bringing those dormers down 2 or 3 inches, that was going to affect the usability of the space. This motion is even going further by saying that form is making the garage too large, and the form of those roofs are alien to the existing house. And it's moving us toward removing those dormers or making them much smaller. So I just wanted to make that comment before we start putting a motion together about form and height and all that.
Well, I think that that's our guideline, and then we leave it to the wonderful talents of Jeff to redesign it.
Okay. So, so I'm going to go ahead and make the motion. I think we've had discussion with continue the garage portion of this application for simplification of the form of the garage itself, specifically pertaining to the height and the roof forms. 8.9, number 6, and number 3, I think, address that.
Yeah, so number 3 is about compatibility. Number 6 is about the actual doors.
We talked about the elevation of the garage facing the house, a reproportioning of the garage doors in that elevation, a redesign of the blank wall on the left elevation facing 4th Street. Tree protection. A study of the setback, the front set. This is kind of the setback from 4th Street in relationship to the mid-block front yard setback house and the existing side yard setback of the existing house.
And that's 6.2, numbers 1 and 2.
Okay. 6.2, numbers 1 and 2. And I had 6.4. Is that relevant? I think someone said that, but I may have misunderstood.
Oh, it's orientation. Yes, Jessica said that.
Okay. And then a call out for all materials that are not matching the existing house itself.
That would be 6.15.
6.1?
15. Just materials.
Okay. Facing house elevation, got that, dormer location. So I think the issue with the dormers is going to be dealt with by the height and roof form. So I'm not going to include that lowering of those dormers in this. I think that's everything. Is there anything else that I need to include?
Second.
Well, wait a minute. I think, don't we need to, sorry. Do we need to put in the tree protection plan here because it's specifically to the
I
garage?
thought we did that in the first motion.
Okay, so, okay, all right. Then I'm done. Thank you for seconding.
So motion made by Damon, seconded by Jim. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you, Damon. And thank you, Jim, Joyce, and Jeff. All right. Do we want to take a little break?
Sure.
Yeah,
5-minute break?
five,
Break, okay.
5 minutes.
Okay.
yes. We'll just
Hey,
do it.
Christy, just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Hi, Nichelle, welcome back.
Thank you.
Christy, this is Chandra that I'm required to recuse from 708 Templeton.
We're hearing 516 East Kingston next. Okay, we're back. The next application is 516 East Kingston Avenue. Is the applicant with us? Ms. Harris?
I am, yes.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Have you been sworn in?
I don't believe so. Nope.
Okay, we'll do that first.
All right. Ms. Harris, if you'll raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this next application is for tree removal at 516 East Kingston Avenue. The memo is in your packet. The applicant has provided a couple of additional slides of information that are, if you are in the room, it is in your agenda supplement. If you are at home, it is the link on the agenda like usual, but I've also included it here in the presentation. I'm just going to turn it right over to the applicant. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and walk through the PowerPoint slides with you.
Okay, sure. My name is Sean Harris, and I live at 516 East Kingston Avenue in Dilworth. And the first set of slides here is just showing the street that we live on, and the tree in question is the big one, the one on the left, just to the right of this where it says front. It is a black walnut tree, and so that's the angle from the street. From the other side, if you're looking at this one, it's here. From this bottom one, it's here on the right, and again, it's here in this bottom right-hand corner. It's the one there, right on the edge of our house. We can go to the next slide. There again, it's a tree right here on the edge of our driveway. And we can go to the next slide. Again, these are just different angles, so you can see the tree. You can keep going with that. That is, again, those are just the houses that sort of look at our house, and that is our house right there. The tree is right in this very front corner, right on the edge of the sidewalk, which you'll see in another picture, if we can go forward. There's the site plan that shows the tree in question right up there at the very front. And then we would like to, if we get permission to remove the tree, put another new large canopy tree in, but we'd have to move it slightly over and back a bit because of the root system. But it would still be, that's sort of where we would propose it, or right in that area. And then this is a letter that was sent from our Arbor-scape representative. We have been in the house now for, we bought the house 4 years ago, and have we moved in and then moved out to do some renovations. We've been back in for 2.5 years. The walnut tree is, as I think I put a slide on too, was right, it was in 3 feet of the sidewalk on the front of our house, probably not even a foot from our driveway. And the majority of the tree hangs around over the sidewalk, our driveway, and into the street. We have, the first year we were living in here, we had just a tremendous amount of walnuts dropping on the ground. There is a slide in there showing you the black walnuts are about tennis ball size, and they come down some in the summer. I think there's a picture there. That's the size of the bag. They're pretty much like a tennis ball, and they're very hard. And so the first season we were in, we would pick them up in the morning, and then we'd go off to work, and then come back, and they'd be all over the sidewalk again. And we had our Arbor-scapes out to sort of trim up a little bit, but you know, it was just constant deluge of them. And then the next year we had them out again, and the reality, he said, is that if we prune the branches back to stop them from falling, it'll compromise the tree. We did ask about maybe giving some treatment to the trees, because I had heard you might be able to give it some treatment to reduce the number of fruit it produced. But he said that wouldn't put enough of a dent in it. And so we are really concerned. Our problem is we're very concerned about the safety of the neighbors and traveling public going past our house, because at any given day in the fall, there can be 20 or 30 walnuts on the sidewalk, and we have dozens and dozens of people traveling on that sidewalk, children, biking, scootering, babies in strollers, runners, you name it, going past on our front corner there. And we've seen kids fall off their bikes. We've seen adults roll their ankles, and we're just very concerned that there's going to be a serious incident with it's going to hurt someone badly, and we don't feel comfortable. We certainly don't want to witness that, and we don't feel comfortable being responsible for causing that situation. So that's where we are. And again, we think it's a pretty tree. We have nothing against the tree other than the safety impacts of it on the public in the neighborhood. And it's a tall tree, and the thought of someone getting, seriously hurt by a falling acorn, a black walnut, is it really does stress us out. So that is why we spoke to the tree specialist. And he said the really only option that we could do at this point would be to remove it and to plant another tree that would not endanger the sidewalk, people on the sidewalk. So that is where we stand. We would be thrilled to put another tree in, and would get at least a 2 and 3 inch caliber tree to go in there. And we would probably like to put a maple in, but would be open to another suggestion if the city would wanted to suggest that. But that is it.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. And just FYI, you're going in and out. I don't know
Okay.
if it's, yeah, thank you. Christy, do we have anyone on the line to speak for or against this application?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of Ms. Harris? PJ?
Yeah, hi, Ms. Harris, question. Did you get a track certified arborist to perform an assessment on this tree to say it was dead, dying, or diseased?
It is not dead, dying, or diseased. It's not. We have our arborist. He's been caring for all of our trees, and he said it is not. But he said if we need to trim it to stop the walnuts from being a hazard, it would compromise the tree and it would die.
Okay. And Christy, we require, I want to make sure I get the terminology right. It's a track certified arborist, or is it a track assessment, or?
Here, he is an ISA certified arborist. And that is our requirement, is that it is a certified arborist that does the report.
Okay. So it's not that track certification.
Well, if the tree's healthy, that's why staff couldn't approve it. She's requesting to remove it for other reasons, so that's
Okay.
why it's here.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, this is very difficult for me because we had Patrick with Heartwood come to our home and look at our black walnut tree, actually, which is the largest he says he's ever seen. It was put into the Queen's Crown. And I have to tell you, Ms. Harris, we have this similar kind of situation where they fall and God forbid anyone's under them. So I understand how you're feeling. It's very difficult for us to rule in favor of taking out the tree just because of our guidelines. And we've stuck pretty, we stick to that pretty hard. So any thoughts on that? Anything that you want to say? It's more of a statement.
Sure.
If you'd like to respond, that would be great.
Sure.
I understand your pain.
No, absolutely no. And I understand it too. I'm actually on the tree canopy committee in our neighborhood. So, and we've been, purchasing trees for the neighborhood, and I'm a big supporter of the trees. So it hurts me to do this, but we have tried options, and we have a black walnut tree. Our neighbor behind us has a black walnut tree that drops walnuts in our backyard all the time. And we're living with that. So that's not a problem, because I guess if it hits us or our patio furniture, that's one thing. But this is seriously, and I welcome anyone to come over here and look at the traffic that, I don't know if anyone lives in this street, but the number of people who go past our house every day is significant. And I had to do some research on the city. The city does not, a black walnut tree is not an approved tree to be planted in the city. So I am frustrated. For us, it's difficult because ours is like 2 feet from the city sidewalk, dropping all of this debris. And if someone gets hurt, it's not the city who's going to be in trouble. It's going to be us. And we're going to have to live with someone getting hurt, even though we try to keep a safe path as quickly, as frequently as we can. So, I know we've done it for 2 years, and we've done our best. Last year during the pandemic, we had our neighbors' kids. We paid them when they were home from school to come in a couple times a day and pick up the walnuts. So we are conscientious about it, but we can't, in good conscience, we worry about seriously injuring somebody. So, and I'm not worried about the backyard one because it's not on the city sidewalk, but that's our concern.
I understand. Yes, Damon.
How often does the tree drop its walnuts?
Majority of them fall in the fall, but then today, it's a day like in the summer, if there's wind like today, they start coming down, sort of just randomly falling down. And I was here on my porch last year, and there was a runner going by, and one cracked on the ground right behind him, and he sort of like jumped. I'm sure if it had hit him on his head, it would have been very uncomfortable. So the wind can blow them off anytime after the fruit is on the tree, but most of them, it's probably from September through November are the main months.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, any more questions or comments for Ms. Harris? Commissioner Hayden? Okay. All right, let's close for deliberation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Commissioner Hayden?
Yeah, this was my discussion lead. And everybody on the commission knows this is real heartburn for me. I spent a long time out there staring at that tree over the course of the last couple of weeks, watching the leaves come on, and it's been extremely well maintained. The canopy is very thin right now, and it's hard to see the problem right now. But when you look at those photographs of all the stuff on the ground, I can see how that's, I can see how that becomes more than just a litter problem. There's an issue, and that's a very busy sidewalk. I know the time I spent out there, there were a lot of people walking, strollers, all that kind of stuff going back and forth. With that said, in her supplement, she says she's willing to put in a 3-inch to 4-inch caliper red maple. And while that's a little bit larger than we would normally require somebody to use for replacement, I'm inclined in this case to say that's what we will want. I would also say that my feeling is they will have to grind the stump, completely grind the stump well away from the center of the core out so that the tree roots do not impede the growth of a new tree to be planted more centrally in the green space in front of the house, away from the sidewalk, away from their retaining wall. And that they will need to plant that tree and maintain it, probably have their contractor look after it for a while, because you won't want that to die. Because when it dies, you're going to put a stick back in there and we're never going to see the canopy replaced. So I'm inclined to make a motion to consider this as an exception because of the type of tree. It is a tree that should not be along the streetscape. The fact that there are some in the backyard, that's where they belong. Fruit and nut trees ought to be back there. Street trees, no.
I have a question for you then, just out of curiosity, because we have one. Is it just because of the traffic? I mean, it could hurt if it was in the backyard. Like in my backyard, it could hurt our daughter. It could hurt our dog. So where's the line?
Line is when it becomes a nuisance for other people besides your family.
Jim, can I, my initial reaction, well, other than the fact that I'm not sure about removing the tree, but assuming that we decide that this tree gets removed, a canopy tree, I feel should be larger than a maple, that it should be an oak or something, because it is over the street and it does create a higher canopy with an oak. What do you think about that rather than the maple?
I'm inclined to say that we would prefer something other than a maple, but I would let their arborist make a recommendation as to the specific climate and soil conditions and that sort of. The thing about the maples, they're surface roots, so it's gonna eventually take over their front yard. And you know what red maples look like when you're in a lawn situation. They grow on the surface, and so there won't be much grass. They'll be doing some landscape treatments and stuff like that. Oaks tend to be more tap rooted, although in our soil conditions,
They're shallow too.
everything's shallow rooted pretty much. So
Well, I think because of street canopy, the oak is really more, I think, from what I'm hearing you say also, the oak is really more, more of a desirable tree, and I think we could direct them toward an oak if we decide to allow this removal, if you're okay with that.
I would absolutely be okay with that.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I just had a question about that one alternative solution that the arborist had mentioned. I'd wondered if you knew anything about that, where you can chemically treat a tree in order to minimize its fruit production?
I have to plead absolute ignorance to that, as to whether or not that's a viable alternative or not. Based on the arborist saying it has limited success and probably impacts the tree, I'd tend to say it's probably not a viable alternative. Certainly not a viable alternative in the long haul, because you probably have to do it every year.
I just want the record to show that I really want to say yes to taking out the tree because I don't want people getting hurt. However, there have been a number of people who've come in and made very, they've shown where they thought that their tree was a danger to themselves and others. And we've said, if it's a healthy tree, we're not going to take it out. And so I guess I'm just
The argument in this case versus those is this is something that happens every year from September through November. And this is a fault of the type of tree that it is. The big trees that we have throughout the canopies in all of our districts have the potential to drop significant branches. And that's just a fact of big trees anywhere, anytime, any day. And the fact that so many of these trees are reaching their normal lifespan, their full maturity, and we're starting to see this happen on a much more frequent basis. We're starting to see trees come down in practically any wind event we have now in Charlotte. That's a fact of life. This to me is a pure and simple wrong tree, wrong place. And it's now reached a point where it's a nuisance to the neighborhood. It's certainly a nuisance to the immediate property owner and adjacent property owners. And it isn't going to be long till somebody gets beamed or some kid goes down there on a scooter and goes over his handlebars and winds up in the ICU, and who's going to pay for that?
Christy, we can't hear the room.
Off instead of on, sorry. So that tree has been there for easily more than 40 years, doing exactly what it's been doing for 40 years. So now all of a sudden, this has become a public nuisance, whereas people have lived with this tree for quite a long time. I do understand that it's the wrong tree in the wrong place. I do understand that, you know, someone could very innocently be hurt. But they've lived with this tree for that long. Why now? And
Got a different property owner who's doesn't have the same tolerance and pain threshold that some do.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Jim, you want to restate your motion?
I'm just going to simply say all right. I move we approve the removal of the tree in question and it be replaced with a 3 to 4 inch caliper tree more central to the space in the front lawn. That the existing tree stump be completely ground out to include all major roots, and that all due care and long-term maintenance for the new tree be committed to by the property owner to ensure that this tree grows, and that tree species be one from the City of Charlotte recommended large shade tree list, and that the board would like to see it something other than a red maple.
Okay,
Jim, if you would please add your reasoning for tree removal.
Reason, I consider this to be an exception of our normal tree preservation considerations due to the fact that it is proximate to the street, the sidewalk, and adjacent properties, that the annual fall of fruit and nuts prepared or produced by the tree will continue to increase as the tree continues to mature, and it's going to get worse and worse. Other alternatives for trimming, thinning, all that sort of thing ultimately will begin to cause the trees to decline, and then we'll have other problems besides the nuts. So I think at this point, it's time for it to come down and a proper tree put back in its place and begin to reform the canopy, which we're going to have to do, and they are doing in Dilworth now as best they can. We need to allow that to happen here.
thank you, Commissioner Hayden. So Commissioner Hayden's made a motion. Who wants to second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. And let the record show that Commissioner Bonaparte was a part of the meeting from the beginning. I'm sorry, Nichelle, I didn't have you as being present. All right, so motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
No.
Commissioner Rumsch,
No?
Commissioner Walker,
No.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman, Commissioner Hyman, I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion passes 5-4. Thank you, Ms. Harris. All right, next.
Okay, the next application is 400 East Worthington Avenue. Kevin, you are up. Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi. Little loud.
Yeah, I'm driving down the highway. I'm gonna pull over at the next exit.
Okay, be careful, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay. Well, have you been sworn in?
No, I can go ahead and do that.
Okay, we can do that.
Do we want to give him time to pull over so that we can hear, the court reporter can get him, and we'll go to the next one and come back to him?
No, that's here. I'm pulling over right now. I'll
Swear him in and I'll introduce everything and it should be fine. Okay.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following testimony, or question rather. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this next application is located at 400 East Worthington. It is at the corner of East Worthington and Euclid. And you can see from the map that there is an alley located behind. And it is a corner lot. The applicant came before us a couple years ago to do a rear deck, which I believe might be in some of these pictures. Right here on slide 45. Slide 45 also shows like the original curb cut, which you can also see here on slide 46. The house did have an incorporated garage underneath the building, and this is that curb cut on slide 46 that is shown on slide 45. And slide 47 just shows another angle showing the alley and the rear addition that was formerly approved by the commission and the fence. And the applicant is requesting to install a new parking space at the front of his house, just to the other side of the speed limit sign shown on page 48. And a better view is shown on slide 49. They want to add a poured concrete curb and 2 carriage tracks ending at the front thermal wall of the house, just to the left of the front porch. It's also detailed on slide 50 on the site plan. And then the applicant has included some neighbor driveways that are also carriage tracks, which is what he is asking to do on slide 51, slide 52, carriage tracks. These, I think, part of what he's trying to show too, and Kevin's going to have to correct this, is that they are stopping. I think this one shows a gate that it could get back. This one looks like it cannot get back past the house. There's a gate here. I don't know about that one. And I'm not sure about slide 55 or 56. And it looks like slide 57 ends with a basketball hoop. And that's what we have. That is the application, carriage track driveway to the left of the porch. Kevin, are you
Yeah, I'm good.
safely able to talk to us?
I am, yep.
Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Okay. I would just ask that you state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then fill in any missing pieces of your presentation that I might have overlooked.
Sure. Yeah. My name's Kevin Chella, and my wife and I and 1-year-old son live at 400 East Worthington. I also recently bought the house next door at 404 East Worthington. Yeah, I've always, we're always mindful of preserving the historic aspects of the neighborhood. But, as Charlotte continues to grow, Dilworth continues to grow, parking's just going to become a bigger and bigger issue. I mean, the new cigar bar at the road has a sign up saying street parking only. So it's only a matter of time that East Worthington turns into East Tremont, between Cleveland and Euclid, which is a mess. Yeah, that's kind of where we stand. My wife needs a place to park her car, I'd say a high percentage of houses in Dilworth have similar driveways, whether or not they extend into the backyard. You can look at. I drove around right before the meeting, and if 500, 1 block over the corner house, at the corner of Lyndhurst and East Worthington, they have similar driveways. So, it's. I don't think I'm asking for anything that other people, haven't been able to do. So.
Okay. Is that it, Kevin?
Yeah, that's all I have, unless you have questions for me.
Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application, Christy?
No.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Lineberger.
Hi, Kevin. I just had a quick question about the because you had the curb cut originally there, and then you have the alley in the back. Did you explore those options? And I see the fence is there in several of the pictures, and of course there's the original or a picture, I'm not sure what the dates are, without the fence. And when was that added?
So the fence was added in approximately September of 2017. The curb cut is, has obviously been there for a while. But if you look at 400 East Tremont, what they did on the side of their house, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to park a car on the side of my house. Ultimately, my position is that I need additional parking. And so if that's something you want me to explore, I'd be more than willing to do so. But I can't imagine that anybody would prefer that over what I proposed.
I guess the challenge, the reason I'm asking is, the other images seem to be within the block, within blocks versus a corner lot like you have, where they didn't have the option, of a side entry. So I think that's why it originally was done that way on your lot and on your house, to have that side driveway.
Yeah, there was also probably no sidewalks back then either. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Kevin, I'm so sorry. I forgot. Did you want to mention anything about future plans?
Me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, at some point I'll be building a garage in the back of my house, or in the back of my lot. Sorry, I'm still working out the details on that, but yeah, that's gonna happen at some point, and I'll do the same, follow the necessary steps, to make sure that I'm compliant with the historic requirements.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Commissioner Rumsch.
Kevin, you understand that our guidelines specifically talk against front yard parking and doing what you're asking us to do. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm actually not, because I looked back through all of the approved certificate of appropriatenesses over the the past 5 years or so, and I found quite a few exceptions, if that's the case.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions of Kevin? All right, let's close for deliberation. TJ.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to make a comment. I mean, there's an alleyway, there's room in the back, there's going to be a garage in the backyard. Our guideline 8.2, number 6 says no parking in the front yard. So I'd like to make a motion to deny this application.
PJ's made a motion to deny. Damon has made a motion to second. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner, did I say Walker? Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Parati. Yes. Motion to deny passes 9-0. Thank you, Kevin. All right, next.
Okay, our next application, I believe we have at least one recusal. Commissioner Hinman is recusing, and Commissioner Hinman, since this is the last case, are you also leaving the meeting?
Yeah, I guess I am actually. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Commissioner Heineman.
And then I believe maybe Crystal Lineberger is also recusing. Is that correct, Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also leaving the meeting?
Yes, I guess I am.
Great.
Thanks,
So,
Commissioner Lineberger.
we still
Thank
have.
you.
Thank you both. We still have quorum with 7 members. This application is oh wait, do we have the applicants with us?
Yes, I'm
April,
here.
are you here?
I am.
Okay, welcome. Is anyone else with you?
I think our builder is listening in. I'm not sure. But for right now, yeah, it's just me.
Okay. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
Okay.
All right, April, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this
Hey, Thomas is here too, if he needs to be sworn in.
everybody who is going to speak on the project needs to be sworn in.
Okay.
If you'll
Yeah,
all,
I'm the builder, so
Sure.
I'm here listening.
okay, Thomas, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this application is for a materials request, an alternate materials request on a fireplace on an addition. It is a brick house that has, you can see on slide 61, what it used to look like down on the bottom left-hand corner. It was a little American small house, brick cottage. It's been added on to long time ago, under way old guidelines. And it is still unpainted brick as the main structure. You can see where the rear porch is. The rear porch is existing on the house. It's not for a porch. You can see it back here with the yellow arrow. And that is also the same, it's the same approximate location that the fireplace will be. The existing fireplace on the house is brick. Due to the style, the architectural style of the house, and the fact that the masonry in the house is brick, staff is unable to approve stone. Staff did recommend stucco as a potential alternative because stucco is often used with brick houses. We see that all over with Tudors and on the bungalows. But with a visible fireplace on the same side as a brick fireplace, our hands were tied. So that's the request. April, if you would like to add anything else, we'd welcome any comments you or your builder would like to make.
Yeah, do you have the PowerPoint that we said, or can I share a screen?
Yep, we have everything. I'm just scrolling through. You have pictures of your bricks.
Yeah, now what you're seeing here too is the problem is that there is no match for this brick. We went through obviously the Historic Society over 7 years ago when we added this addition and had the same problem. If you see the 1940s brick is there on the left from the original house. And then when we did an addition in 2003 and then another one in 2013. And we've been unable to match as well as unable, as you can see, it's from the stain. And so adding another brick here would be, we're adding a new element anyway, because there's no way to match the original brick, which is why we have the request for the stone, because it works well aesthetically with the tile that's on the existing outdoor back porch. And so I don't know if you have the rest of our slides. As you can here, as you can see, where we're showing the arrow is kind of back where it would be. The porch that was added on in our addition is recessed, so the actual stone fireplace is not only behind, but it's from a street view. From the side you would see it, but from the street view you would not see it because it's behind the fireplace and it's the porch is recessed in. For us, this is step one of an outdoor renovation where we're looking to add this fireplace and then do privacy trees down the side as well as a new fence. So once that is done, there'll be absolutely no vision from the street of the fireplace. In the next slide. Again, just showing, we can show the red arrow. I put the red arrow here that goes from our fireplace, the original fireplace, down to where the stone fireplace would be. And again, it's on an open covered back porch. And the next slide. And just to show you from the renderings where we'd be adding it. And then the next slide. This is the stone that we're proposing. It would, because we know that adding brick would be a third color of brick to this house. We've chosen a stone that's local to North Carolina, an old Charleston mosaic stone, and one that you see often in Dilworth in stone fireplaces. The next slide. We were confused about staff recommendation because you said when we first started asking, you said you couldn't approve any alternative, and then came back and said you could do stucco. And so since there's a lot of similarities in the coloring of the stucco and the stone, it was just a little confusing to us that that through the process, it went from you couldn't approve to, oh, you could do stucco. And then now we had to come all the way to this to ask for stone. And then here are samples of houses in historic Dilworth that have both brick and stone. This stone fireplace is in the front of the house, where ours would be in the back. And there's a few more samples here of houses all over near us that have mixed materials in the historic district, or different fireplaces of different materials.
Brick suppliers even reached out to the company in Davidson, North Carolina that does reclaimed materials. And just the sheer fact of the house built in the early 1900s. I mean, brick manufacturers change their inventory probably once every 10 years. So the chances of finding brick to match the original, obviously I'm sure everywhere on the panel is familiar with this, is going to be close to impossible. Our hesitation, like what the Whitlocks did with the addition, is even though if you stain brick, as much as it looks great from day one, you can see where the UV rays have basically started eating that stain away, and they're getting kind of a faded brick color. So just kind of reiterate what April was bringing up. My biggest fear would have 3 different bricks along the left elevation of the house. That was the reason for introducing a new material to it. Again, kind of to reiterate, the board, I guess, is suggesting stucco, which is a cementitious material. Obviously, the stone being a hard or cementitious-like material. So we feel like we're trying to keep with the feel and the look of the house without deviating too much. But that was our rationale behind the stone. We have tried on numerous occasions to find the brick. I have found stuff that's similar, but different textures and even different sizes. You know, what's on the original house is more of a modular size, and most of the stuff out there now is the queen or the oversized brick. But anyway, that was our rationale for going with the stone.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. So do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Ramsch.
Hey, is the stone that you're proposing to use, is it a natural material or is it synthetic material?
It is a full 5-inch veneer stone that's actually quarried out of the Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina.
And
so
the brick,
it's a real stone.
And the brick that you're suggesting, that you spoke of, which was in queen size as opposed to standard brick size, can you match the color in a larger size brick, or are you saying that not only can you not match? What did you? Where were you going with that? Is that, can you find the same color but in a different size brick?
Well, I can get in the same family, but the biggest problem is the texture on it. If you actually look, and I don't know if there's a close-up slide, the brick is smooth. The original brick on the house and on the left is very smooth. But what I have, you know, even in the family of the burgundy, reddish burgundy colors, has a texture to it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation?
And this,
I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Bonaparte?
yes, I forgot to raise my hand. I apologize.
No, it's okay, Commissioner Bonaparte.
And so I just wanted to clarify, is it that is it the material you prefer is the stone versus the stucco, or the stucco is not an option to you? Just want to make sure I understand.
Correct. Yes, we didn't see that was visually appealing with the rest of the house.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, let's close for deliberation. What do you think, Damon? Can you shed some light on this?
I'm okay with the stone. I think it's far enough back in the back. I don't think it's a real visible element. I think you are changing material. I don't think whether it's stucco or stone is going to make much difference. I do respect staff's pushing us towards stucco if we were going to approve something different, but I really, because of its location, I just don't think it's that important. I would be interested to see if the texture of the burgundy stone that he found is more objectionable than the stone. I have a feeling that maybe the the color of the brick would be more important than the texture, especially that far back. So it may be worth exploring that, but I don't have a problem with the stone.
Okay. Commissioner Barth.
I think we should approve this as drawn. I mean, especially to staff's comments about, replicating a Tudor house brick with the stucco. I mean, you also see examples of historic examples of folks using brick and stone together. I probably would go more towards an ashlar or a rectilinear pattern rather than random pattern stone. But I think this usage is appropriate here. I mean, whether it's stucco or stone, it's a third material being introduced to this project. So just my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth. How do we write the motion to justify going against our guidelines?
The reason it's here is because staff only has so much power to say yes. And until the commission empowers us to say yes specifically to these types of projects, they're here. So however you do it, you look at it like you would look at any other additions, request, guidelines.
Okay, all right. So Commissioner Hayden?
I'm like Chris, I think we can approve this. I sat there and looked at it, and you can't see it. You cannot see it. And when they put in a little bit of additional privacy vegetation as they continue their project, you absolutely will not see it.
I think the biggest selling point for me is not that we can't see it, because we ask our residents to adhere to a number of things that we can't see from the street. But it is because they've shown precedent within the neighborhood of brick and stone being paired together. I think that they've proved it shows that it is not so uncommon to pair the two. So Commissioner Hayden, do you want to make a motion?
I will make a motion to approve with, I agree. We'll probably need to, before I'll withdraw the motion and let's discuss Chris's comment about the ashlar or some other pattern of the stone rather than the stone that's yes,
Sure.
something, a pattern more regular than the random pattern that's been shown, because I think that's more appropriate with the house.
I think then we're getting into design, and I think that's really,
We don't allow stack stone, so.
well,
Let's kick it over to Commissioner Barth.
Just my 2 cents. I think more of a stacked orthogonal pattern stone on this would read more as a real stone chimney versus the random pattern. You see those fake stone veneers a lot with the random pattern. As long as they use size appropriate and well patterned stone, it'd be appropriate here. And speaking to the stucco comment too, while I have y'all, I thought I just mentioned this. To me, the stone is more of a durable material, would be more appropriately used here.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Barth. Well, if you don't, yeah. So So we're going to hear from the applicant. We're going to open it back up, but it sounds like Commissioner Hayden is kicking the motion over to you. I wouldn't be surprised if he seconded it.
Just ask before you do that you be sure to reference edition 7.2 number 6 and perhaps the Secretary of the Interior standards.
That's perfect. Did you
Thank
hear
you.
that, Commissioner Barth?
Was there any particular section on the Secretary of Interior standards?
No, you can just reference page 2.5.
Okay, so we are going to open it back up to hear from April and Thomas. You're on, April and Thomas.
One quick comment I had, the picture showing the brick is literally off the website of the supplier, not necessarily the pattern we're using, but more to show the color.
The stone, sorry. He meant to say the
For brick,
stone.
excuse me, stone. Thank you, April. The picture of the stone, yes, that slide is to show color and texture, not necessarily the pattern. That is obviously what we will get with the mason and how we actually lay the stone. I'm more just demonstrating color pattern, but it is a real, 5-inch veneer quarried stone.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification.
Can I ask
We-
a question?
Sure.
Would you all be interested in a different pattern? Would you be open to that suggestion?
I don't know. I guess we could. I mean, we haven't got to any design element because of, going through this process.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, we will reclose, and Commissioner Barth, we'll kick it back to you, sir.
Okay. Just before I state the motion, do we have a large consensus that we would like to have a ruling on the choice of pattern, or are we just fine with calling it stone and they can kind of leave that up to them? I think Damon had a strong opinion towards that.
Sorry, I prefer not to design it for them, but
Okay.
let's just hear what some of the other commissioners have to say. Commissioner Henningsen,
I mean, yeah, I don't want to design it for them either.
Commissioner Hayden,
I'm okay with either way.
Okay.
Commissioner Rumsch.
So I think once we've said it's okay with stone, I mean, the only other option would be for them to come back and show us what they're doing. And if we're not going to require that, then I don't think we should specifically tell them what to do.
Okay. Oh, Commissioner Bonaparte.
The only thing I was gonna add is if we just add maybe the caveat that they show it to staff or something to that effect. But yeah, I'm good with either way.
Okay.
If you're approving stone, it's fine, as long as it's not the really thin mid-century stack stone. And like he's already said, it's a quarried 5-inch. Yeah, it's a true stone. It's not it's not one of these little.
So
thin
their
little
mason
biscuits.
can
Yeah.
do it. Okay, all right. Work for you, Commissioner Barth?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we're approving the material used anyway. I think, pending that approval, which I think it will. I think staff can work with them on color, appropriateness of material, that sort of thing. Just know that we're approving a natural quarried stone material versus veneer.
Yes.
So with that, I would like to approve this application as submitted, referencing section 7.2, number 6, and the
Secretary of Interior Standards.
Sorry, thank you. Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
All right, do we have a second? A second of the motion by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, April and Thomas. And with that, we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? Nope. So if no, the meeting is adjourned at 3:59. Thank you so much for attending this special session, and we'll see you next month.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.